Good morning. My name is Chad Marchand. I'm Vice President of the National Center for American Indian Enterprise Development. I'm also a member of the Colville Confederated Tribes. We want to welcome you here this morning to our Washington, D.C. Native Edge Institute. We appreciate everybody's attendance this morning. We have a great agenda lined out for the rest of the day. You'll hear from great speakers from around the country, focusing on economic development activities and tribal ventures that you'll hear about. First and foremost, I want to thank the Residence Inn, which is a tribally owned hotel here in DC, for hosting us here at this event this morning. We appreciate that, and we appreciate their assistance in helping us set up this great event for you today. We want to thank you for being here once again at our first NEI, or Native Edge Institute of the season. We appreciate your attendance, and hopefully you'll learn a lot from this meeting here today and this training. I want to first turn it over to our first guest speaker, our welcome message from Chief Ann Richardson of the Rappahannock tribe. This is her traditional homelands here in DC, and I want to thank her for welcoming us here to this location here today, and I'll turn it over to her.
So I welcome the Native Edge Institute to our land here in Virginia. I'm excited that you're here as you go about Indian country, developing entrepreneurs and helping tribes with economic development, so that they can sustain their own people and create their own economies that will last into the future for their people. And I'm excited about it here in Virginia as newly federally recognized tribes here to be able to create our own economy and control the destiny and the future of our people through economics. And we appreciate everything that you're doing and really look forward to all of the things that I have had an opportunity to see tribes doing over the years, and you have been a part of a lot of that. So thank you so much for all that you do for Indian country.
Okay, good morning, everybody. And on behalf of the National Center for American Indian Enterprise Development, I want to say welcome. Yat Eabena, as they say in Navajo. Shea Derek Watchman. I'm a member of the Navajo Nation, and I'm originally from a little town called Navajo, New Mexico. And so I come to you from Arizona. And I welcome everybody to this National Center for American Indian Enterprise Development Native Edge Institute that we're doing here on video, but we're also incorporating this visit with our Washington, D.C. office. And so thank you everybody for joining us. On behalf of the National Center Board of Directors and the staff, it's our pleasure to continue with our Native Edge Institute platform. And so the National Center is very proud of NEI, as we call it. So we're calling this session NEI Washington, D.C. And the primary purpose of this program is to bring to everybody that's chiming in, and mainly our Native American businesses that are tribally owned, individually owned, and then a lot of our suppliers. We basically want to provide a platform where we can provide a lot of information. We do know that in Indian country, in many cases, economic development, job development is on the lower end of national averages. And so the goal of the National Center is, and we mean business, and so our primary function is how do we assist Indian country with economic development, business development. So at the end of the day, we see jobs, we see revenue, and we see an enhanced and vibrant community here on our reservations, and also for many of our native-owned businesses that maybe don't live off a reservation and are in a community like in my area, Gallup or Farmington, New Mexico, Albuquerque, New Mexico, Flagstaff, Arizona. And so the National Center, and many of you know this, been around for 50 plus years. And so, we're proud to be a part of the community. And so on behalf of the National Center, today we'll be talking about business development. And so we have a very robust agenda. This is one of our, and I lost count, but this is one of our many institutes. And so we want to also say thank you to our supporters, our contributors that have been helping us put this together. And so the response has been Gosh, overwhelming. So I want to say thank you to Chris James, our president and CEO for the National Center, and of course our staff. You know, in many cases, you don't see the staff behind the scenes, and so they work very, very hard, you know, to bring this program to you. So without further ado, I want to turn the time over to a good friend of ours, Efren Gonzalez Jr., and he is the Associate Director for Business Development with MBDA, and that's the Minority Business Development Agency within the U.S. Department of Commerce. And so, Efren, welcome. It's good to see you again. And so I will turn it over to you. And so thank you so much. So goodbye, everybody, and have a great day. And we hope that you learn a lot here. So Efren, thank you.
Thank you, Derek, for the introduction and for the opportunity to be here with you today. It has truly been one of my great pleasures of my career to work so closely with the American Indian, Alaska Native, and Native Hawaiian communities in business development. What's really resonated with me over the past 20 years in working with Native entrepreneurs and businesses is the soul and the passion of these communities. In our visits with community business leaders, we've learned that every tribe is unique. Every tribe has different approaches and needs to support their businesses. That is why MBDA is here. You are our mission. MBDA is the only federal agency whose sole purpose is to foster the growth and global competitiveness of minority businesses. Native American and tribal firms are part of the community we serve, and we are committed to help your business grow. To do this, we have an assortment of programs, initiatives, and projects to support minority businesses. We have 34 MBDA business centers, advanced manufacturing centers, export centers, and a federal procurement center in 19 states, the District of Columbia, and Puerto Rico. In fiscal year 2019, these programs helped minority businesses secure over $4.8 billion in contracts and financings and over 19,000 jobs created and retained. In addition, MBDA has invested in innovative projects including global women of color economic empowerment, entrepreneurship education for formerly incarcerated persons, a minority growth equity fund initiative, and of course, the American Indian, Alaska Native, and Native Hawaiian projects. Together, we are shaping a new direction for minorities through minority business enterprises. MBDA applauds the National Center for American Indian Enterprise Development for its commitment to minority businesses. The National Center has been servicing Native American firms for over 50 years. MBDA and the National Center have also been long-standing partners and teamed once again to deploy the Native Edge Institute to you. I want to thank you, Derek and Chris, for giving us and giving me the opportunity and your team for the opportunity to work together once again, and for all that you do to help Native American firms. It's greatly appreciated. MBDA is proud to invest in the Native Institute and 12 other Native programs around the country serving Native American, Alaska Native, and Native Hawaiian firms. The Native Edge Institute is unique in that it leverages cutting-edge technology to foster access without geographic boundaries, access to networks, training, and business resources across the United States. The Institute is helping entrepreneurs to solve business problems and create opportunities. We know that through the Institute, we can do better to support minority businesses, especially in this time of the pandemic. Chris and his team are here for you, working to make sure you succeed, even while social distancing. In addition to the Institute and our additional 12 Native-focused projects, MBDA is also proud to have the Office of Native American Business Development. Personally, I'm thrilled to have Carolee Wenderoth leading this office. She brings incredible insight and knowledge of Indian country to the department and the entire federal government. She's a tireless advocate and always doing what it takes to shape policy and bring resources to Indian country. To Carolee, thank you. MBDA will continue its efforts to support minority business resilience. We know we need to connect with you wherever you live and wherever you work. I am pleased to say that all of MBDA equities are fully operational and continue to support minority businesses virtually. Finally, I want to congratulate you for choosing to be at the Native Edge Institute. I encourage you to take it all in, take all you can, build relationships, and leverage those networks to grow your firms. We at MBDA hope you enjoy the program and continue to grow your business. Thank you. Back to you, Derek.
Thank you, Ephraim, and for you and your team. And obviously, we thank the U.S. Department of Commerce and MBDA for all its support. And yes, we have had a long history and long relationship, and it's very, very good. And so, the progress that we're making to help Indian country, as we call it, is very, very important. So thank you again. So I'd like to turn the time over to our board secretary, Charles Galbraith, and so he will continue to welcome everybody. So Charlie, it's all yours, and thank you.
Thank you, Derek. Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez, for those welcomes. Both very interesting words. And my name's Charlie Galbraith. I'm a member of the Navajo Nation. I serve currently as the secretary of the board of directors for NCIED, and I am coming to you from the home office in Washington, D.C., as we are all forced to gather remotely yet again. But one thing I see from this opportunity, and it's providing a lot of access without travel. And while we've been forced to adapt, I think we've had some higher attendance than we've had in previous years when we could meet in person. And this has hopefully made Native Edge more accessible to folks across Indian country. And I know going forward, while I hope we're able to meet in person again before too long, that we'll continue to have these remote opportunities as Native Edge and NCID adapt to a COVID-19 world and adapt to the needs we need to provide to Indian-owned businesses as you're using the opportunities created by this pandemic to serve your communities, grow your businesses, and develop economies across Indian country. And we'll continue to adapt and continue to grow in response to that. So we appreciate your input, your thoughts, any ideas, suggestions on how we can improve our response to serving you through this pandemic. Thank you very much for joining us today. Really appreciate the opportunity to be able to meet virtually. And while I hope it's going to be in person before too long, we'll, this is what we can do for now, and we'll continue to use the virtual tools available to us to reach as many business people across Indian country. So thank you, and I'll turn it back to you, Derek.
Okay, well, I'm going to have to sign off here, but thank you, Yvette, and everybody. So have fun today.
Well.
Okay. So
Thank
long.
you.
This morning we want to talk about the Four Fires Project, which includes a partnership between the Forest County Potawatomi community of Wisconsin, the Oneida Nation of Wisconsin, the San Manuel Band of Mission Indians, and the Viejas Band of Kumeyaay Indians, both of Southern California. We also have, I'd like to introduce my co-moderator, Miss Lillian Sparks. Lillian Sparks currently serves as our treasurer for the National Center. She is from the Rosebud Sioux Tribe. She's CEO and owner of Wopila Consulting, which is a small business that provides a wide range of specialized consulting and strategic development. Also, I have with me Mr. Kip Ritchie, a member of the Potawatomi tribe. He's also president of the Green Fire Management Services. He will be talking about the Four Fires Project, as the Potawatomis were also involved in that. And finally, this morning on our panel, I want to introduce Miss Christina Danforth. She's the former Oneida Nation chairwoman and has served in various elected capacities for over 20 years. And I'm going to go ahead and start off with talking to Mr. Kip Ritchie from the Potawatomi tribe, and he's going to kind of talk about the Four Fires Project and the Potawatomi and their contribution to the project. So Kip, with that, I'll leave that to you.
Hi, good morning, and thank you very much for having me. I appreciate being a part of the panel and a part of the Native Edge Conference. Just in brief, a little bit about the Four Fires Marriott. I'll give you as much information as I can and tell you a little bit about the genesis of it, but it really was a fantastic catalytic project for Indian country, and it represents what tribes are capable of doing when they work together. And it really was something pretty amazing. So the concept itself came around in the early 2000s. I want to say 2001 or 2002. There was a private real estate developer in the DC area, Donahoe Development, who was doing some outreach to tribes. I don't think they had a lot of experience in working with tribes, but recognized that they had a very valuable piece of real estate that was perfect for a hotel development. It just happened to be just about adjacent to the Smithsonian and the National Museum of the American Indian, and really right there on Capitol Hill. And what a better place to have a presence for a tribal real estate development project. So I believe he approached a number of different tribes and eventually met Rick Hill, who was a former Oneida tribal chairman and also was the director of the National Indian Gaming Association. And Rick did some outreach to a number of different tribes and had received some interest not only from his own tribe, Oneida, but also from San Manuel, Viejas, and Potawatomi. The project broke ground in 2003. It's about a $43 million project, 13 stories, 233 suites. And it was really an opportunity. I think, again, the most important piece of it was establishing sort of a beachhead or a major presence in DC so that our advocates, whether it's Indian gaming or anybody that is working on, Indian issues that are of particular importance to Indian country, would have a place to stay, right? And would have a place that was their own. And it was also, as tribes, it's 13 years after Indian gaming started, right? So it wasn't that long after we started to see some economic development and economic development discussions happening among tribes, and tribes beginning to be serious about economic diversification. So this was, real estate, as we've heard through the years, should be a part of anybody's portfolio. So this one in particular was a great investment and has proved to be, since I think each tribe contributed right around $3 million was the initial private equity investment. And I believe since that time, have received all their investment back, have experienced some fantastic returns and continue to do so today. The ownership has changed a little bit, but I think, again, it represents what tribes are capable of doing when they work together. And I think there'll be more opportunities like this going forward. I think there probably would have been more had it not been for the Great Recession that hit, shortly after that, within 3 or 4 years. So now, as we experience another, sort of strange moment here with the pandemic, it's a perfect time for tribes to again reignite those conversations and look at how they can participate in economic development together and what that could mean to the future of their tribes. So, thanks.
Thank you, Kip. That was incredibly interesting to hear about how the hotel started. I have to tell you, I was living in DC at the time, exactly 1 block away from where the hotel is on 3rd Street. And so I remember we were all excited, like, oh, the Indian Hotel is being built. And so, so that we always used to call it that the native part of town, because the museum, the hotel, and about 10 of us lived in the neighborhood. So it's exciting to know how it all started. So Tina, I know that Oneida was part of this, and you have certainly been on the forefront of economic development in Indian country, both in your role as a former tribal chairperson, as the treasurer of your tribe now, as the president of NAFOA. We'd love to hear what Oneida is doing and how they have partnered with tribes like Forest County, Potawatomi, and others, and what economic development opportunities you believe exist currently.
Thank you, Lillian. So, yes, as Kip said, the Four Fires Project was a consortium of tribes from Vejas in California, San Manuel in California, Forest County, Potawatomi in Wisconsin, and Oneida is, of course, from Wisconsin. And the project was a great opportunity because it was probably one of the last parcels of land that was available in that immediate area around the capital. So we were excited to be a part of this project. And as Kip said, each tribe invested $3 million. And it was a great investment for many reasons: exposure, learning, opportunity to be a part of development construction in DC, the land acquisition that went with the project, long-term operation of hotel industry. Many tribes have ventured into the hotel hospitality industry, with casinos, hotels, golf courses. We've had a lot of hospitality industry, service industry businesses. And for the four tribes to come together in DC, which was a great market, having been in DC many times over the years, as I've got over about 20 years in tribal government, being chair, treasurer, vice chair, and council, going to DC was a common event for many tribal leaders. And so having a place that we can call our own to give us some identity, and being so close to the museum, and the partnership with Marriott was very important and very valuable. It helped us to gain another foothold in what the franchise industry is about. And the return on the investment has been great. To date, the return on investment to the Oneida Nation for our initial $3 million is $8.2 million. Well, it doesn't sound like a whole lot, but that's the profit. That's the return after the cost of construction being paid back, after the maintenance, having a retail operation that we lease also in the building. So there's, again, a lot of amenities, a lot of opportunities that we've all gained experience from. And so I'm just glad to say that it has been a very profitable and a notable opportunity for a consortium of tribes to get together and have a valuable business venture. So other things, Oneida was also part of Native American Bank. In 2001, Native American Bank was formed, and that was a consortium of 13 tribes. And that was a task in itself, getting our federal charter for the bank. It's a national bank. And again, another example how when tribes put their resources together, that they can also garner their experience of an economic development venture. The bank is going to be, it's 19 years in existence now. It's had its ups and downs for sure. It's flourishing. It's flourishing from a sense of being able to serve Indian country with having access to capital, and especially now with COVID. And I think that was one of the other things that we wanted to address was the impacts of COVID too. And so Native American Bank has been instrumental in making loans for the guaranteed loans. And also Oneida is involved in Bay Bank. And we started Bay Bank in 1998. Prior to our venture with Native American Bank, we established our own bank. We were 51% ownership when we opened Bay Bank. And then we had an opportunity 5 years into the bank's beginning. After 5 years, we were able to buy out the remaining shares of Bay Bank. So now we are 100% owner of Bay Bank, which is a state chartered community bank, whereas Native American Bank is a federal chartered national bank. So that's kind of the difference. They're like, well, why would you venture into another bank when you have one? Well, it's the purpose and the function and the market is very different. So, the Bay Bank is very central to our local community, where Native American Bank, our branch is in Browning, our original branch, and then in Denver is our corporate office, and we just opened a new branch about a year ago. So again, there's been some evolution there. I know I'm going back and forth between Native American Bank and Bay Bank, but Bay Bank just recently has entered into an agreement to open a branch up in Menominee Reservation. So that is a very exciting venture for us. Again, another example how tribes can benefit each other. We can lend our expertise, and we're looking forward to serving that community as a branch to Bay Bank. So I don't know if you want me to continue, if you want to give Kip some more time, or if you want me to talk more about the other ventures that we've had. I do have a lot of information, so just feel free to guide me along.
Sure. So great. We're excited to hear about everything that all of you are doing. I want to touch back on something that you mentioned, and that was about, COVID. And Kip mentioned this as well, that, this pandemic has created some possible opportunities on the other side, and even during this time. And so I guess my first question is, how has the pandemic impacted your businesses and your operations? And then what opportunities exist as a result of this, and how can tribes capitalize on the economic development that has occurred as a result of us having to stay home and new resources needing, new services being needed, and what can we anticipate, I guess, tribes being able to take advantage of once we are, and I never want to say return to normal, because I think it'll be certainly different, but I guess once the country feels safe enough to open up completely, and we're trying to return back to normal as soon as possible.
So, well, thanks, Lillian. Yeah, good question. I think it's interesting. This is the first time in nearly 30 years of Indian gaming that tribes have faced this kind of adversity, right? I mean, we were very fortunate to grow as fast as we have. We've become a major part of, the national economy, and a major employer all the way around, a $30+ billion industry. So, we've been growing incredibly, and now this pandemic comes around, and we see for the first time the challenges that are faced. It completely shut down our facilities. Now, fortunately, over the last several months, we've been able to open in phases, and we certainly have not seen operations anywhere near where they were pre-pandemic. But I think the realization is our dependence on Indian gaming, as we've always said, we need to continue to diversify. We need to look at that seriously. And what it has brought, directly to our doorstep is the need to take that goal seriously and really look at, what are our resources, what are our strengths, what have we learned since we've been involved in Indian gaming, what are all the resources that we have on our reservations, whether it's our people, our cultures, our history, our traditions, everything that we've learned that we can leverage to continue to grow. Now, with Potawatomi, we've been fortunate to have some success in gaming through the years in our operations in Milwaukee. The government has continued to invest, and it's been a really strong part of who we are. About 15 years ago, we established the Potawatomi Business Development Corporation, which is a tribally chartered corporation. First few years, we did passive investments in real estate and energy and a number of other things. And then around 2008, we started to invest in operating companies, and we started a federal government contracting practice. Today, we're about a $200 million organization with nearly 1,000 employees. Fortunately, the work that we're doing for the federal government, the work that our company does, Green Fire, has been deemed essential during the pandemic. So we've continued to flourish. We've continued to reinvest and grow and look for opportunities. And it also has gave us the opportunity to realize that we've got to think about what's ahead for us post-pandemic and what does that look like. And there's different ways that we can do that. Continue to reinvest into our existing companies, as well as look to partnerships here in Wisconsin, partnership with other tribes. I know last year, all the Potawatomi tribes got together and have been doing so, in some cases on a quarterly basis, and formed a Potawatomi Economic Alliance. And there's 8 different Potawatomi tribes in the lower 48, and there's, I believe, 4 First Nations Potawatomi tribes. And they've been talking about how to collaborate and work together on potential investments going forward in the future. So those types of relationships and those conversations have escalated. And we're seeing tribes like the Gun Lake Potawatomi and the Huron Potawatomi work together. They recently purchased an office building downtown Grand Rapids. So, there's lots of these examples that are happening. And we're realizing that we are stronger together as Indian nations than we are in some cases apart. So the pandemic is a perfect time to have those conversations, to take a look at our assets, take a look at what, our strengths and what we can do, use what we've learned with projects like the Marriott Fort Fires, and just share that with our colleagues around the country, and come together and continue to explore opportunities. So I think there's a great future ahead of us. I think the pandemic was a wake-up call for all of us. But again, a perfect time to sit down with each other and have these kinds of conversations.
I agree again with Kip. The opportunity to reinvest is important, especially for us at Oneida. We have a really closed community, from the sense that we're right outside of Green Bay. Although we do have the projects, that we've invested in DC and Denver on the bank and the hotel opportunity. And again, we have a bank here in Oneida. We have a hotel here in Oneida. We have the casino operation, which again, we've relied on the casino revenues. And again, that was a very difficult time for us back in March, when we had to close our doors. We closed the doors for 64 days, and we had to furlough and lay people off. And during that time, the whole economy changed, not just for Oneida, but the local community as well, and as well as the nation. And the pandemic has been difficult, and it remains to be difficult, because here at Oneida, we have taken a position to remain semi-closed. A lot of our government buildings and operations are still closed. Some of them may not open for a while yet, and we don't know how long yet. That's the difficulty in trying to plan and trying to determine where to allocate resources in order to reinvest and reinvent. In some ways, we may have to reinvent some of our businesses, and we may also have to internally look at ways to combine some of our services and industries. It's not quite a conversation yet, but I'm sure it's going to be on the horizon soon for us. Our hotel opened in 1986, and then we franchised with Radisson. We are connected to the casino. While the casino has begun to generate revenue for us, it's still only approximately 55% of operations right now. The hotel, on the other hand, is very minimum. People are not traveling. There's no conferences. There's no tourism. There's no Packer games for us to rely on to fill our hotel rooms. And so again, that's where the Green Bay economy affects us, and our economy affects them as well, because we employ a lot of people outside of the Oneida Nation. About 45% or so is non-Oneida, non-Indian employment. And so when we furloughed many people, many employees, we still have not recalled all of them back, and may not. So there goes the challenge of how do we find new ways to create new jobs for our community and for our citizens. That is the struggle we are in. We also have government operations, like nursing home, for example. The school is not open. The nursing home has maintained, and we've been very strict on who can come and go from our nursing home. It's basically closed to the outside community, which is very difficult for our families. But I think one thing that has been positive is the golf. We have a Thornberry golf course, and The golf amenity is one activity where people can actually get outside and they can participate in a single or small group. 1 to 4 people can go out. You're going out incrementally. We've set it up where you can pay for your tee times online, and so you don't even have to come into the clubhouse. You can if you choose to, although the clubhouse pro shop has seen some reduction in sales, of course. Again, the food amenity has kind of maintained, but not too well. During the season, people could choose to eat outside. We did have outdoor seating. We did limit capacity. So the golf industry, there may be some opportunities going forward in which we can expand some of the amenities. Again, maybe provide more outdoor seating, because I think going forward, people are still going to want to segregate. The 6-foot rule is still going to be important. I'm hoping that a positive is because we're all being so isolated and so careful of our hygiene, it will reduce some of the cold and flu spread. I don't know, maybe there's a positive light to all of this. But yes, having to reinvest in our hotel. During the time of the COVID and the shutdown from spring to fall, we were able to renovate a lot of the rooms. That project had started prior to COVID, but I think it also gave us opportunity to step up that progress of renovating our hotel. And so please come and see us and see our changes. But I think, yes, the opportunity to look to other tribes where you can partner is important. What those will be, we're not sure, but I think some of the fundamental factors are still there about what is going to work for your community and other communities. How much risk can you tolerate? What amenities and what expertise do the tribes bring to the table? Because a lot of tribes have a lot of experience now in economic development, and we can share that. Just like I mentioned, Bay Bank is going to branch at Menominee. Those were years in progress of building those relationships where we can now help the Menominee Nation. They're building a new building, and it's going to be a multi-use building, but a part of that building will house the new branch of Bay Bank. So again, that is an opportunity where we are available to help other tribes. So if there's any other tribes in Wisconsin that want to open up a bank branch, let us know. We're here to serve you as well. So again, lending is important, access to capital is important, minimizing your financial risk and knowing what your expertise are very important when you look at doing a venture. Also is important is the structure of what you invest and what you get in return for your investment. And how you structure that is going to vary from project to project. So that, I think that was pretty critical when we did 4 fires. I had the percentage here, but each of the 4 tribes owns 25% of 46.8%. Now, where did we get 46.8%? Well, it was because we had other partners at the table with the owner of the land. So it ended up being 25% of 46%. So that minimizes risk. It also minimizes the amount of money that you have to bring to the table as far as capital. It also gives you an opportunity to borrow money going forward if need be. I believe now we're going into a renovation project for the Marriott residence in DC right now. So we have to then look at that structure and how was that going to be financed and how much are we willing to provide, and then what is the return once that is completed. I would have to say, but one of the most positive things about the 4 fires is our return on investment was a lot sooner than we anticipated. Was it 3 years we projected? And we were probably a little bit over a year, and we already got our return on our investment on that project. So that's a very positive thing. Other projects, it's going to vary. Just like when I referred back to the American Bank, it's 13 tribes investing $1 million each. So the type of risk and the amount of risk is going to be determined by the group. But you just have to have foresight on what your project is, what the viability of the project is, and who is going to be at the table to help make decisions and to maintain those projects is very important. The communication is very important. Getting together on a regular basis is very important too, so that everybody's at the table with the same information and helping to move things along the best way possible for that particular venture. I don't know if I have anything else to cover at this time, but I'm open for questions.
Thank you so much, Tina. You actually answered one of my next questions, which was, what advice do you have for tribes when looking to partner and develop these ventures or develop these consortiums? And so, Kip, I don't know if you have anything to add to that, but I'm also wondering, like, what pitfalls, what did you learn? What were some of the lessons learned when you established 4 fires? So what can we tell tribes to avoid, or what to think about early on, so that they're not wasting time or resources as well?
I would say really taking the time to do your due diligence, right? And it requires a lot of work looking at feasibility studies, making sure if you are serious about an investment or looking through, different studies that you do have, your legal support available. I would say, Indian country, especially early on in our work, we saw a lot of deal flow, but unfortunately it was things that were not that attractive, and they were much higher risk. And so I think Tina hit it on the head when she talked about risk tolerance, really understanding what your risk tolerance is, what you're trying to accomplish, what is most important to you in terms of the project. Do you want a return on investment? Do you want a long-term investment? Do you want to be able to flip it or exit and realize a gain within 3 to 5 years? Is it more important that the investments you make create jobs for your people? So I think taking the time to do the due diligence, to look at the projects based on what your needs are, what your risk tolerance is, what the needs are on the reservation, how you intend to grow with your existing resources. So for us, we are having a lot of success in federal government contracting, so we continue to put resources back into 8A companies, and we start up new companies, and we do a lot of collaboration with other tribes as well in that space. Our construction management firm is commercial in Milwaukee. We've been very successful around the state, so we're looking at adding services like facilities management, property management, doing some of the self-performed trades, collaborating with other large general contractors to pursue work. So there's different things that you can do to evaluate based on the resources that you have, the assets that you have. But I would say most importantly, do your due diligence and really understand what you're getting into, what the risks are, what the opportunities are, and then how you can bring in strategic partners like other tribes to reduce some of that risk as well.
I appreciate you both sharing your lessons learned and your successes and the advice that you have for tribes that are looking to get into this area. So for myself as a small business owner who is currently in the process of applying for 8A and doing government contracting, but also working directly with tribes and other organizations, do you guys see yourself also finding ways to give individual entrepreneurs experience in sharing this knowledge that you have? Or is it something that makes more sense to work, I guess, directly tribe to tribe? What would be, I guess, the differences in working with an individual versus working with a tribe when doing these types of ventures or partnerships?
That's a great question, Lillian, and I was going to elaborate a little bit about, the lessons learned, and it kind of, in some ways, falls into it. The answer to your question is, I think one thing that we've learned in some of our projects, not necessarily the 4 fires, because I think that was a great project all the way around. But again, we had the right people doing the right things for that project, which lends to the expertise of a industry the expertise of the market and knowing that the economy can tolerate new ventures in a particular market, which goes back to feasibility, which Kip had mentioned. But with the expertise part, you want to create jobs, but you don't want to just create frontline service jobs. You want to create jobs in management. You want to create jobs in accounting. You want to create jobs in finance. There are a lot of job opportunities that you can create for your tribal members. But what you're saying is, where is the fit and where is the role for the entrepreneur? And that is a very good question and a very good notion that we should consider in developing our projects. It's not always easy because, you know, sometimes tribal communities have their own internal politics, or sometimes it's just plain jealousy, unfortunately, that they don't want so-and-so, you know, to be a big shot, or so-and-so, you know, advancing themselves. But they have to also realize that that person put some sweat equity into it too. You either got your degree or you have years of experience, and you've invested your time mostly. So when a person invests their time and wants to be an entrepreneur, we should really wrap ourselves around that. We really should encourage that. We should foster whatever we can as far as building a relationship with those entrepreneurs. And maybe that's the next phase that we need to look at more, is entrepreneur to entrepreneur. And in the fall, we really do encourage that. You know, we say buy Indian, and we always at every conference, is there a tribe that has a product that we can sell for our conference and showcase for our conference? And we have an artist that we feature, so that's an individual entrepreneur. So in the fall, we've grasped some of those concepts as a board, and we've said, yes, we need to do that at every conference. And then, of course, we have the trade shows, and I know some of the national conferences has the marketplace, which is great opportunity for, again, entrepreneurs and artists. And so anytime we can foster that, we need to do that. We need to really encourage that. And so I would encourage everybody who's looking at these ventures is, yes, sometimes we don't have expertise, but sometimes we can train somebody, mentor somebody, help them along. And then again, is there an ancillary business or other opportunity that's relevant to a bank or a hotel or a golf course or a restaurant, where we can bring an entrepreneur who does, somebody who's doing accounting, has an accounting firm, has an audit firm. Again, everybody needs money, but with money comes those needs of how do you manage the money and how do you account for your financing of your project, because that can take you under too. I think a lot of tribes have been taking advantage, and I'm kind of a stickler about it, kind of have a reputation for asking the hard questions, but I do it because of the experience that I've had. I do it because I'm an advocate for not only the tribal entrepreneur, but the tribal businesses and the tribal ventures, and the opportunity that we take a lot of risk when we ask for capital for our projects, you know, whether it's a bond or traditional financing through a bank. There are a lot of other instruments that can be utilized. And so, yeah, we have to be very savvy about those things, about helping each other out, not only as tribe to tribe, but tribe to tribal member and tribal member to tribal member. We need to encompass all of that in our projects whenever we can. And so thank you for that question. That's great.
Thanks. Well, you know, one of the ways that I think we've been impactful with our work at Greenfire, we're about a little less than $150 million construction management firm, and most of our work is with private real estate developers. We do some work for our tribe, obviously, but what we try to do is engage either native-owned companies or tribally owned companies as subcontractors to come in and provide services for us. And that's a great way to help them build out their capacity, capabilities, infrastructure, business acumen. So we've been fortunate to do that around the state of Wisconsin, in some cases, either through a mentor-protege relationship or taking one of our larger non-native trades and making that introduction so that they can assist in doing that mentor protege. In Milwaukee, in particular, it's it is a minority city, right? It's the minority majority city. So a lot of our subcontractors in the Milwaukee area are also Black owned. So that's an important part of what we do. And so we've made a commitment as we go out. We do a lot of multifamily housing, a lot of apartment buildings. So as we go out and find subcontractors, we bring them in. We work with some of the local agencies like the Wisconsin Women's Business Initiative Corporation to identify young entrepreneurs, younger companies that are looking for some of those opportunities just to get in and build capacity. So we'll look for that as well. That's been helpful to us. I know on our federal government contracting side, I mentioned earlier, some of our 8A companies will partner with other tribes that are just looking to get in to the program. And we all know how difficult that is, but it's a great way to get an introduction to start to build past performance and experience. And then eventually they can go out and compete in that space as well. So it takes some effort, as long as there's effort on both sides, like Tina said, right? As long as people are willing to put, in some cases, some blood, sweat, and tears into the opportunity, it can work out pretty well. And so over the last few years, we've had some success with that. So.
Amber has joined us, so I'm not sure if Amber, you want to help close us out, or if you have any additional questions.
Yeah, absolutely. We do have an additional question. We had a question come in. This person is an enrolled member of a newly federally recognized tribe, and they're asking if any one of you have any recommendations on how to initiate these partnerships and get the talks going with other tribes.
I would like to take an opportunity to answer that. One of the most important things you can do is to look to relationships. If you have a relationship with somebody on a personal level, on a professional level, the tribe to tribe level, and networking is important. And in those networking opportunities, you may come across somebody who has the same goals, initiatives, the same interest as you do. And so you start those conversations at many of those conferences. I know a lot of us kind of get criticized for going to too many conferences, but I really truly believe the networking opportunity is very valuable, and that's what helps people. And even for the individual entrepreneur, for them to get there is not always easy because it's very expensive. NAFOA will work with individuals like that, but getting out there and meeting people is very important. You can probably search the web. It's time consuming as well, because then you're looking from website to website or doing a Google search. But if you can get yourself to a conference where there is, the theme, like the National Center and NAFOA, again, there's a lot of types of business opportunities at those conferences. And so, if you can get there, other trade shows, I would say the other thing too, sometimes I think tribes need to venture out more outside of our circles. We need to find ways to do that. Like I was involved with a CDFI and I had to step down because of my new election as treasurer. But I was with the Wisconsin Native Loan Fund. And so as a part of Wisconsin Native Loan Fund, which is a CDFI, Community Development Financial Institute, they, encouraged us to go to the regional and the national CDFI conference. So then you're around other minorities and other CDFI programs, but there were other tribes there too. So again, making those relationships, making those contacts, having the ability to network. And again, if I hadn't been, a volunteer on a Wisconsin Native Loan Fund, I would not have had the opportunity to go to CDFI. And I always take those opportunities to learn. Like the more I can learn, the better off I'm going to be as a resource person for my nation, for my family, for my community, for my colleagues, for young entrepreneurs. that's how I see my role, and that's been probably the most of my career has been around those kinds of concepts around how can I be more helpful. Sometimes I'm a little bit too generous with my time, but I just feel I need to give back because I do want to help people and I do care. So that was a good question as well.
Thank you, Tina. Here in Arizona, some of the tribes have started great partnerships with some of this local sports and entertainment industry here. Example with the Cardinals. Ms. Tina, I wonder if you can talk about the relationship that that the Oneida Nation has with the Packers organization and Lambeau Field.
Okay, so I always say there's two things in Green Bay: the Oneida Casino and the Green Bay Packers. That is our tourism, that is our economy. And so we've been fortunate to, again, have some relationships. Some of them fostered through the Visitor Convention Bureau, the Green Bay Chamber of Commerce. So you start to foster those relationships, and there is a connect. There's a connection between the chamber and the businesses, and one of the most prominent businesses is the NFL franchise, the Packers, which is also probably the only franchise that is owned by the community versus a person, an individual. So with those relationships, again, from the casino, from a lot of the community things that Oneida has been very generous about, we've been known to want to be great partners with the city of Green Bay and its businesses. So we then came upon the opportunity to get an advertisement. They solicited many of the businesses, and the franchise, the NFL franchise, did not allow casino advertisement. So we had to advertise through our nation, generally the nation. So that's why we have the Oneida Nation Gate. It's not the Oneida Casino Gate. That relationship has changed because the NFL has changed its position and it now allows for casino advertisement. So not that whoever goes to a sporting event would gamble, right? So we were fortunate to have those relationships and to go ahead and venture. It was a very expensive venture for us. We do get some community inquiries about is that the best place to put our money. But again, I've always said there's only two things in Green Bay, the casino and the Packers. So, why not have that relationship and why not extend that opportunity? It has opened other doors for Oneida through that relationship as well. We are the preferred now casino of, the Green Bay Packers. We had a relationship then promoting our golf course through the Packers. That is the preferred golf course of the Green Bay Packers is Thornberry Creek at Oneida. So there are some other opportunities that evolve from those relationships and from those opportunities around a sports venue and entertainment venue. So again, a lot of times too, you will see when you're at a Packer game, the advertisement of the Oneida Casino up on the boards, on the billboards, and I don't know what those electronic boards are called, but the electronic advertisements as well on the Jumbotron. So it's been a great exposure for us, but it is costly. But again, the relationship is important, and you need to be able to negotiate. And so we've learned from that experience as well.
I think that's all the questions that we have. We don't have any more questions coming in. But I really appreciate all of you joining us this morning. It was great to meet you. Miss Lillian, thank you for co-moderating. I appreciate that. And
Thank you, Lillian.
on behalf of all of us, thanks again. And again, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Great job, everybody. Thank you for the opportunity.
Take care.
Good morning, everyone. We'd like to welcome you to this session of the Federal Roundtable. Thank you for participating in today's Native Edge Institute. On this particular panel, we will be discussing and featuring briefings with senior leadership responsible for Native American small business programs. The panel will review the agency's mission, forecast, policy updates, and program processes so you can position your entity for success. Additionally, the key policy initiatives and legislation impacting federal acquisition programs will be discussed. On the panel today, we do have Efren Gonzalez Jr. with MBDA, the Minority Business Development Agency, Department of Commerce, and also the Associate Director. And then we also have USDA, Diane Kulo. She's with the Office of Tribal Relations, the Director. And also joining us, we will have Small Business Administration, Mr. Sean Pensano. Why don't you go ahead and get started, Efren?
Sounds great, Yvette. Thank you so much, and good morning or good afternoon, wherever you are. Again, I'm Efren Gonzalez. I serve as Associate Director for the Office of Business Development at the Minority Business Development Agency, U.S. Department of Commerce. So for those of you not familiar with the Minority Business Development Agency, I want to give you a little bit of background. I want to talk a little bit about what our programs currently are. Our programs arguably are MBDA's policy at this point in time. It's where we invest the money, where we put the resources necessary that we believe make the greatest amount of impact. So first and foremost, if I may, take a couple of minutes and just try to set a basis for the foundation of how MBDA has done what it's done. When it comes to minority businesses pre-COVID, we had estimated that there were 11 million minority businesses, Native American businesses being included as part of that overall tally. They were employing about 11 million people, again, pre-COVID, and generating more than $1.8 trillion in annual revenue to the U.S. economy. That being said, our mission at MBDA, we are the only federal agency solely dedicated to the growth and global competitiveness of minority business enterprises across the United States. Now, the way that we serve minority businesses, we are a performance-based organization. And what we do is we actually look at how we track the impact and outcomes to minority businesses. So we measure things like, did a minority business get access to capital? Did they get a contract? And mind you, there are different types of contracts. We know the difference between IDIQ and actual hard dollars being let. And also, are we helping minority businesses grow globally? That's another major component. So I'm glad and pleased to report that in fiscal year 19, we generated over $1.6 billion in capital and over $3.1 billion in contracts to our minority businesses. And when it came to exporting, over $300 million to helping minority businesses expand beyond the borders of the United States. Now, when it comes to our investments across the country, our flagship programs historically have been our MBDA business centers, our advanced manufacturing centers, export centers, and federal procurement centers. That being said, we have 34 centers in 19 states, including the District of Columbia and Puerto Rico. We also have what we call specialty projects. And these are really organic ideas that come from the communities. And what we did strategically when it came to the Native American community, specifically the American Indian, Alaska Native, and Native Hawaiian communities, is that we went out and fostered and solicited input, original ideas from communities across the United States to tell us how they could better impact the Native American communities. And I'll go into that in just a second. I also want to put out to you that we did sponsor a couple of other pilot programs focused on entrepreneurship education for the formerly incarcerated, as well as the Global Women of Color Economic Empowerment Programs, and last but not least, the development of a Minority Growth Equity Fund initiative. The focus there to generate and really figure out a way of fostering $1 billion of equity capital that could be directed towards minority businesses. Now, getting back to the American Indian and Alaska Native and Native Hawaiian programs and projects that we have across the United States, and MBDA invested $3.6 million annually in fiscal year 19 and fiscal year 20, meaning that we're currently still using the same funds in fiscal year 20 that will carry us forward through next year. And that's one of the reasons why we're so proud to be here with the National Center. The National Center's Native Edge Institute is part of that investment. So 13 projects across Indian country, and the projects really are there to ensure tribal entrepreneurs and Native businesses are better connected to business opportunities and trained in entrepreneurship. Let me also say, when it comes to Native Americans, we have the Office of Native American Business Development. And here, what we've done for that particular office that's being led by Carolee Wenderoth, we commissioned a study to explore the key determinants of business development on tribal reservations and also comparing economic characteristics across reservations to broader U.S. economy. We're looking forward to that study being able to come out and publishing it and circulating it for further dialogue within our communities. The Office of Native American Business Development is really here to support Public Law 106464. For those of you that may be tracking it, it's the Native American Business Development Act. It's really focused on expanding interagency participation and collaboration, as well as putting together a playbook for the Office of Native American Business Development Operations, which we have, and enhancing congressional and tribal relations. And also continued stakeholder engagement with the AIANNH communities across the country. There's also another component under the law, and that is the Office of Native American Business Development serves as an expert and strategic advisor to NBDA's senior leadership and other U.S. government officials. So we are progressing in that area. Shifting gears, talking a little bit more about something that's current that we're all feeling is the impact of the pandemic. The CARES Act of fiscal year 2020, Congress authorized NBDA for an additional $10 million for education, training, and advising small and minority business enterprises in their recovery efforts from COVID-19. So what we did was we followed the script that was provided by Congress. We put out 30 grants awarded to 24 existing NBDA business and specialty centers, plus 5 national minority chambers of commerce. The funding was one-year funding, so it was initiated June 1st, and it's going to go through May 31st of 2021. Shifting gears again, one of the other things that we've done to be more relevant and impactful with our minority communities, knowing that we're all social distancing, is really focusing and pivoting for how we can continue to impact minority businesses. Again, Native Edge being one of them. Another one was a collaboration with Amazon Business, where we introduced the Minority Business and Technology Initiative. And this particular activity is really focused on accelerating the inclusion of minority-owned businesses in e-commerce and to improve the use of digital technology. Now, our focus is really to enable the minority businesses, provide them with access, and connect minority businesses to business buyers in the business-to-business marketplace. We conducted a 5-week webinar series that attracted over 3,000 participants, and we're actually in progress right now of continuing that program and coming up with a new strategy to roll that out sooner rather than later, and really try again to promote how we could better leverage a public-private sector partnership. If I may, I would also like to promote something that has recently happened in the beginning of September. We did our first ever all virtual Minority Enterprise Development Week. That's the national celebratory event that takes place where we, the government, recognize the contributions of minority businesses across the United States. We held a 25 seminar. We had over 6,500 registrants, and we also awarded a special unique award to a Native American firm, to Gov Contract Pros, as the 2020 Advocate of the Year. I could also brag about other Native American firms, and I'll take a moment to do that. In terms of the 2019, we also provided the Minority Construction Firm of the Year to NEZFCI Native American LLC, led by Marvin Nez. So that is just, we see the progress of Native American firms, and we definitely want to continue to recognize. So as you continue to work with the National Center will hopefully also begin to promote you to us so that we can give you the recognition that you so rightfully deserve. In terms of other initiatives that we've done at NBDA, we also led the first ever Buy MBE Day, which was done on September the 19th. And we launched it during National Med Week. We encouraged the patronization of minority businesses, and we actually had some really good and positive results, considering it was our first initial launch. In Phoenix, Arizona, we heard that a local news network picked it up. In Atlanta, one of our minority businesses actually gave his employees $50 each person to go out and spend with other minority businesses. It was a way for us to actually make that level of recognition at the local level and at the consumer level, which is one of the areas that we all see and hear and feel that are being impacted by the pandemic. Now, we also launched Enterprising Women of Color, slightly different than the grant program that I mentioned before. This is something that we're doing at headquarters. And here it's a virtual series to empower and promote women of color entrepreneurs. We conducted several events. They were really focused on coming up with what I would say a formula for winning a comeback strategy, creating pathways to economic empowerment, growing their networks, expanding their client base, and connecting to entrepreneurial ecosystems. You know, for those events that we had and completed, we had over 10,000 women register for the event. I'm also pleased to say that we're in the process right now of coordinating another Women of Color Initiative event. And we're looking to do this during Native American Heritage Month, which is this month, the month of November. And we're looking to focus on putting the spotlight on Native American women entrepreneurs. Last but not least, I want to mention just two quick things. One, again, the $1 billion fund, which we call the Growth Equity Funds Initiative. Here, the key goal is to quantify the demand and the current supply of capital focused on minority and women business entrepreneurs, to leverage the extensive expertise and broad network that is already there, and also to drive substantial job and wealth creation, to make significant economic impact and contributions historically in underserved communities across the country. At MBDA, we are definitely focused on how do we move further going digitally. We are looking at comprehensive e-commerce and virtual business platforms. We're going to continue to be focused on going global, helping minority businesses to do that. And last but not least, we have just initiated the MBDA Office of Policy Analysis and Development, which is another way of saying the MBDA think tank. So that's my summary to you, and I look forward to the conversation.
Thank you, Efren. We really appreciate all of those comments from MBDA. Efren Gonzalez, we appreciate that. Next up, we have Jeff Harris with USDA. Jeff?
I want to talk to you a little bit today about the Department of Agriculture as a whole. As you can see, we have a very broad reach in terms of number of employees and locations, mission areas that cover everything from natural resources to food and nutrition to small business, as we'll talk about today. And these are just a few of the different components of USDA that make it one of the most impactful agencies out there, and includes delivering programs efficiently and effectively and with integrity and a focus on customer service, which is truly important to some of the topics we'll talk about today. And so in addition to the Department of Agriculture, I wanted to talk a little bit about our office, which is the Office of Tribal Relations. OTR is the primary point of contact for tribes. We're located within the Office of the Secretary, and our Director, Diane Cullo, is a direct advisor to the Secretary. But in addition to that, our functions also include intergovernmental. We interact on a government-to-government basis with tribes and ensure that trust responsibility is fulfilled on behalf of USDA. We also work on outreach. We put out a newsletter multiple times a week. We do news blasts about pertinence, agency updates, and other important information that not just tribal governments should know, but also intertribal organizations and tribal citizens. We also do regulation review. We review every reg that comes through USDA to ensure that tribesmen take into account, that the consultation responsibility has been fulfilled, and that any other tribal implications or ramifications have been properly highlighted or taken into account. And this all ties into the intra and inter-agency communication, coordination, and collaboration that our small but mighty office of 5 people does on a daily basis. And Diane is our director. We also have a deputy director, Linda Cronin, 2 outreach specialists, and a staff assistant. And I can provide you with our contact information at the end of this. We always have an open door policy, even during COVID, and we're here to help with any questions that you have regarding not just what I talk about today, but anything ag related in general. So moving on though to the 2 agencies that I'm going to talk about today. The first is the Farm Service Agency, or FSA. The Farm Service Agency, just in a nutshell, it's serving all farmers and ranchers and agricultural partners through delivery of efficient and effective agricultural programs for all Americans. And these are their internal and external vision statements. I won't read them out to you, but FSA has a pretty broad reach. They cover a lot of different areas in addition to what I'm talking about today. But for today, I'm going to highlight these programs right here. And as you can see, the FSA has loan programs and business tools for your specific needs at this website, and we can provide this for you afterwards. We have some graphics that FSA has provided, and they highlight the different loan programs. First is the direct operating loan. This is for purchasing items such as livestock, feed, seed, farm equipment, and things like that. And it has a $600,000 loan limit with a 7-year term. And I'll also just say at the outset, while our office does have a pretty broad knowledge base, FSA is the expert on these topics. So I can answer some questions you may have, but for specific questions, we can link you up with FSA, and they'll be able to answer some of the more nitty-gritty questions you may have. But moving on though, FSA also has microloan programs. These are designed for the needs of small and beginning farmers, non-traditional, specialty crop niche type operations. And they have $50,000 limits here, 25-year term. And then we also have direct farm ownership loans. And yeah, I don't want to read all this to you. I just want to just give brief little snippets of what these opportunities are. And if you have questions, I can help the best I can. We also have guaranteed loans. These are commercial lenders extend credit to family and operators that don't qualify for standard commercial loans. And the youth loans I want to particularly highlight because this is something, the Office of Tribal Relations, we have a youth guide that has different opportunities, and youth loans is a very big opportunity. It's particularly geared towards people that participate in 4-H clubs, FFA, and similar organizations to help finance different educational, income-producing, or ag-related projects. And these have produced some very, very positive results. $5,000 loan limit with a maximum of a 7-year term. And then we also have the Minority and Women Farmers and Ranchers loan program. And this is for, as the name suggests, minority and women farmers and loan programs. It's targeting a portion of its direct and guaranteed farm ownership, as well as operating loan funds for minority and women farmers. And the last two I want to talk about for FSA are the beginning farmers and ranchers and the emergency loans. Beginning farmers and ranchers, they're eligible for newer farmer and ranching operations that have been in business for less than 10 years. And while emergency loans are for things like losses due to drought, flooding, other natural disasters, which have become incredibly important as we've seen things like wildfires and things like that. So kind of flew through that, but in addition to answering any questions about that, there's also a mentorship website for FSA. That's the links right here. And it's geared towards USDA and its partners helping farmers and ranchers grow their business and supporting any needs they have. Just like FSA, rural development covers a very, very broad array of opportunities, such as loan and grants, economic developments to start new businesses. They do technical assistance. They also provide rural residents with like safe, affordable housing. And this is in addition to things like providing telecommunication or telehealth, things like that. But for our purposes today, there's 4 parts of RD that I wanted to talk about: individual and family vitality, community collaborations, facilities and infrastructure, economic prosperity. Sailing with that though, before I get to that, RD does have a very good coronavirus site. And on that site, they actually have a list of federal rural resources. That is a very comprehensive list of opportunities out there. They also put a lot of stakeholder announcements for rural lenders and borrowers, as well as frequently asked questions. And it can be found at rd.usda.gov/coronavirus. And we can provide that link afterwards. So in terms of business programs, there's business and industry loan guarantees. These are for converting, enlarging, just growing your business, as well as purchasing and developing land easements, right-of-ways, things like that, purchasing equipments, and refinancing new jobs that are created. RD has a national tribal liaison that I can also give you the contact information for after this. Similar to FSA, I know a fair amount about all the areas of USDA, but the nitty-gritty stuff, RD and their office would be able to provide the best answers. So the CARES Act program, this was a $20.5 million appropriated program, supporting up to $1 billion in program level funding. Some of the specifics about the program are listed here. They include that it must prepare, respond to economic challenges because of coronavirus, and it must be used for working capital, maximum repayment terms for 10 years, things like that. More information can be found at this link here that, like I said, we can provide afterwards. It's a lot of information to take in, so I'm sorry if I'm going through a little quickly. This is a little chart here about the BNI CARES Act program, and it's a little different than the regular BNI program, and this highlights a few different ways that it is, such as the limited loan purposes, the 90% guarantee, modified terms, things like that. So I can just leave this for a second. Throw it all in. Also at $25 million maximum loan amounts, and so just in terms of this program for ag producers, for producers that don't meet certain criteria, this is for producers that don't meet certain FSA loan criteria. This is an alternative. And it's for working capital to support agricultural programs, including independent ag producers that are eligible for applicant loan requests that exceed the normal FSA loan guarantee. And eligible uses are for things such as inventory, feed, seed, fertilizers, chemicals, things like that. And the link is there again in case you need to see it. RD also has some intermediary programs for rural business. They include the Rural Business Development Grant Program. This is a grant-only assistance program. There's also intermediary relending program, which is a loan-only assistance, as well as the Rural Micro Entrepreneurial Assistance Program, which is a combination of loans and grants. And each of the links are right there. And just touching briefly on a few other things here. The Value-Added Grant Program. This is a program that's very popular, and it helps producers enter into value-added activities related to processing and marketing of new products. And as the name suggests, things that add value to the program. There's a 50% matching requirements, 75,000 in planning, 250,000 working capital are the maximum caps. And as before, the website's right here. And as I also mentioned before, the National Tribal Liaison, I can provide his information too, because he is an expert on all these areas. The Rural Energy for America program, this provides grants and guaranteed loans for agricultural producers and rural small businesses to purchase and install renewable energy systems and make energy efficient improvements. $25,000 of total project costs. The grants can cover that. And then there's a $500,000 limit for renewal renewable energy systems and 250 for energy efficient improvements. The guaranteed loads compared to 75% of the total project cost. And so every locality pretty much has a service center, and that includes an FSA office and our rural development office, as well as a natural resource conservation service office. And if you click this locator here, or go to this website, you can type in your area and you can find your local service center, and they're the ones who can provide the most detailed local support for you. And they're still pretty operational during the pandemic, but if you're having trouble reaching them, you can just reach out to our office. Our website is right here. We also have a website at tribal.relations@usda.gov. We also have a phone number of 202-205-2249. If you have any questions at all, we're happy to help. Also, if you click on our website, we have a link to our newsletter, which goes out twice a week, that sends out different grant opportunities, loan opportunities, important news at USDA, or coronavirus resources. Also on our website, we have a tribal resource guide, which breaks down all the agencies at USDA and the different opportunities within them for not just small business, but for every area. And it's a great resource if you're either new to USDA or want a refresher, or just want to know something new out there.
Thank you, Jeff, for all of those comments. We really appreciate your participation today in the Federal Roundtable discussion. Next up, we have Sean Pensoneau with SBA. Sean?
Okay. All right. Thank you very much for including the Small Business Administration. My name is Sean Pensoneau, and I joined the SBA as the Assistant Administrator for the Office of Native American Affairs in October of 2018. Prior to that, I served with the Office of the Assistant Secretary of Indian Affairs over at Interior. And then before that, I was with the National American Indian Housing Council. And I am an enrolled member of the Kickapoo Tribe of Oklahoma. And I'm going to talk a little bit about the history of the agency, and then about the program, some of the things we're doing, and then some of the opportunities I think are important for Indian country considering economic development activities. The SBA is the nation's prime resource and voice for small businesses backed by the federal government. We have an extensive network of field offices and resource partners that support to the entrepreneurs and small businesses that are looking to start or grow a business. Oftentimes we think of small businesses as the engine of our economy, contributing to economic growth, employment opportunities, and sparking that innovation. And recent numbers show that we have about 30.2 million small businesses in the United States, and they employ an astounding 47.5% of the private workforce. We are led by an administrator who was appointed in early this year, Jovita Carranza. I think she came on board in the first couple of months of 2020. She did attend the res in March and was very gratified to speak to the general session where she spoke to the thousands of Native American tribal leaders and Native American business experts. And then she also did a roundtable with the board of directors and listened to the various challenges and success stories for Native American economic development. In fact, many of those issues we're still continuing to talk about today. When you're looking for reliable advice to start or grow a small business, the SBA can connect you with experts who have an understanding of the business climate on a national level, as well as a regional and local level as well. Each year we have hundreds of thousands of small business owners receiving counseling or training from one of our SBA resource partners. Those partners are very important in extending our reach beyond our district offices and into the communities. And some examples we have in terms of our resource partners are SCORE. We have small business development centers We have women's business centers and veterans business outreach centers. And we do collaborate with other federal agencies, such as USDA's Rural Development, BIA's Indian Energy and Resource Development, and the Administration for Native Americans, or HHS, and MBDA at Commerce. Thank you very much. The non-governmental entities that we collaborate with include the National Center. We also the Native CDFI Network, the Native American Chambers of Commerce, the Native American Finance Officers Association, and CAI. And I want to mention, very important, to talk about our district offices. We have a very important resource for you all, and I encourage anybody interested in SBA loan products to reach out to your local SBA district offices and start to generate discussions with those folks. They're very, very good for these loan programs that are available. So you can go to that by clicking on www.sba.gov/local. The Office of Native American Affairs has been around for a little over 20 years now. It was established to assist American Indian, Alaska Native, and Native Hawaiian populations with access and benefiting from the various programs offered by the SBA. And when you consider the historic lack of access to capital throughout many of parts of Indian country, we feel that the SBA should be a consideration in economic development throughout Indian country. Currently, we have 574 federally recognized tribes in the United States, each with its own history, its own customs, and recent figures show that we are approaching 300,000 Native American-owned businesses with revenues creeping past 45 billion. And over the last several decades, Native American businesses have been making strides, and the SBA wants to be a part of that in assisting Indian country with future development. Some of the other functions that we are involved in include consultation anytime there's a rule or a change in a regulation that's being considered that could impact Indian country. We look to provide the government-to-government consultation. I'll talk about a little more about that in a minute. Also, we advise within the agency leadership. Anything that's going on with Indian country, we want to be sure that they're aware of the concerns and challenges. Essentially, we're your voice for Indian country's voice for the SBA leadership at the top levels. And again, we do so many other things, looking to increase financial literacy throughout Native American communities, and again, educating within the agency about government-to-government consultation or government-to-government relations. Some of our activities, and this is kind of a highlight here. We're currently working with 2 vendors to provide Indian economic empowerment workshops. That's an entrepreneurial training that we've been doing for a number of years. Earlier this year, we did step up our efforts to include Native youth participation, as well as a Train the Trainer series. And that Train the Trainer would allow tribal and local officials to continue to focus on that training for their communities in hopes to really kind of flush that out. We also have the 7J technical assistance, and that is another training. It's more geared for current businesses that are eligible to receive the 7J training. It's a executive type training. There's a one-on-one consulting, just general business development. It's a great opportunity, and we recently moved into our second year of this grant. And to date, our efforts, we've trained nearly 2,000 individuals, and we look forward to continuing this training for years to come. Now, over the last couple of years, the SBA has held a number of consultations throughout Indian country on a proposed rule governing the 8A program. Those changes and updates are intended to reduce some unnecessary or excessive burdens in the program and to make them more attractive to small businesses. And this year we held consultations in Anchorage, Alaska, Albuquerque, New Mexico, and Oklahoma City. And we did that in a 3-month span between December and the end of February. So those were a lot of action going on there in terms of consultation, and we did publish the final rule a couple weeks ago, and all those consultation and comments and input were made a part of the permanent record. And again, in the spring of this year, the world began experiencing economic shutdowns in response to the coronavirus pandemic. The entire world was impacted by this dangerous epidemic, and especially in Indian country. So what we did is we retooled our in-person live trainings within the communities, making sure safety is number one, and we began offering those those trainings virtually. And I'm going to talk a little more about the COVID activities later. I want to talk about our workshops. We're really proud of the work we're doing with our empowerment workshops. This is a workshop and training that we look to provide operational and leadership strategies to build capacity that foster that growth and expansion, and to ensure sustainability of Native American community-based businesses nationwide. Our office does manage the contract-led entrepreneur workshops throughout Native American communities. And this year alone, we've been able to train nearly 300 individuals located in tribal communities with our partners. You can see right here, we have Sister Sky, one of our new partners we teamed up with in the last 12 months. And they're providing the hands-on approach to anchor learning and then bring proven methods to Native American business development, which is very important. And as we all know, it's a unique situation in terms of business development in Indian country than other areas. We provide these workshops throughout all of Indian country. And again, we had to make changes this year. Once we get back into live workshops, what we do is we look at where we've been and where we haven't been, and where people are asking us to come into and try to fill those gaps, where places that we feel we need to give them some attention. How can the SBA help you? The SBA can help you all access funding through a number of lending programs for various uses to meet unique business needs, and also in any stage of the business life. We have loans from $500 to $5.5 million. And again, those are various purposes, including long-term fixed assets, operating capital. Some do have some restrictions, so we advise anybody interested in these loans to check with an SBA approved lender, and many times they can help match your needs with the correct loan and business needs. I'm going to talk about a couple of our loan programs that we currently offer. Probably the biggest one, the flagship, what SBA is known for, is the 7A loan. The 7A loan is the money can be used for a variety of business uses, including upgrade the equipment, some working capital, or pay off high interest debt. In 2017, Indian country saw 447 7A loans for about $138.5 million in approvals. And then in 2018, we had 423 7A loans for $176 million in approvals. This loan is very popular with businesses because of the broad application of uses. And again, it goes up to a $5 million loan. Next, we have the 504 loans, or the Certified Development Company Loan Program. This is for fixed asset purchase or renovation. It promotes small business access to capital by reducing the lending risks for many of the lending institutions. How they do that is a loan splits the financing among the parties. The business owner puts up a minimum of 10%. Then we have a conventional lender, typically a bank, put up 50%, and then the Certified Development Company would put up the remaining 40%. That's a way to kind of reduce the risk. We do have, in the last couple of years, we've had 32 504 loans for Indian country with an amount of a little over $10.5 million in loans. And the maximum amount for this one is $5.5 million. The microloan, very important. It's on the smaller end of the loan program. They're short-term loans for working capital or purchase of inventory, supplies, fixtures. A lot of times these loans are delivered through a specially designated intermediary, such as non-profit organizations who are knowledgeable about lending and also technical assistance. And in the on paper, a CDFI would serve very, very well in this regard. Over the last couple of years, 2017, 2018, we had 70 microloans approved for a little over $1 million. So another program there. 8A business development program. This is very important. In my 20 plus years working for Native American communities on many levels, I look at the 8A business development program and it's one of the most successful development programs for businesses that I know of. The companies that are in the Native 8A program are owned by the Native communities, and through participation in this program, they're able to grow into successful, viable entities that are competing in the United States business economy. And by doing so, providing valuable benefits to the communities that they serve or where they're located. And participation is also further recognizes that it must operate in a way to meet the needs of the wide-ranging individuals within the Native communities. So we've got a little list of what the basic requirements for an 8A must be. Currently, we have about 585 Native American-owned entities and 35 Native Hawaiian entities, and that'll kind of fluctuate from year to year. CARES Act. It's been taking a lot of our time this summer putting up the various programs involved with CARES. Late March, President Trump signed the act, and it basically instructed the Treasury and SBA to coordinate to develop an entirely new small business recovery program, employing the Paycheck Protection Program, PPP, and also kind of bolster the Economic Injury Disaster Loan or EIDL program. Loan guarantees through traditional SBA lending programs significantly increased with the enactment of CARES. Small businesses were faced with an unprecedented crisis, one that required unprecedented response, and that includes tens of thousands of Native American-owned small businesses that face those challenges and continue to face those challenges to this day. I want to point out that numerous conference calls and webinars, including a joint Treasury SBA tribal consultation in mid-April, were held to provide updates on COVID-19 response and also solicit input from tribal leaders, Native American business industry experts, and advocates on how best to work with Native American communities. And the outreach and consultations with the Native American communities and the stakeholders proved invaluable in developing guidance to deliver assistance to small businesses. You might recall early on, there were some challenges that were in place due to some of the current rules and regulations of SBA lending programs. So that was very, very helpful to get that input from the community. The PPP utilized the existing 7A loan program. It was designated to help small business workers amid the pandemic, and by all intents and purposes, it did what it was intended to do. That is to protect employee paychecks, retain the employees on the payroll, and provide those small businesses an emergency funding relief during the pandemic. SBA worked with over 5,500 lenders of all sizes, including community banks, credit unions, Native American lending institutions, to name a few. And I want to also highlight that the SBA processed over 2,500 PPP loans to Native American banks. These are through I think 16 or 17 Native American banking institutions, over 2,500 loans, and resulting in a little over $250 million in loans. That doesn't capture the Native American businesses who also sought or really received loans through other banking institutions like Wells or B of A that they already had a relationship with. So there's a little bit of statistics. I think we'll get more information as we wind things down in terms of how Indian country fared in terms of the CARES Act. A very, very important program. We all know how Indian country was impacted, and we want to make sure that we continue to provide the assistance where we can within the SBA. I want to just end by noting that over the last several decades, tribes have been involved in a wide range of economic activities, including tourism, gaming, energy, ag, forestry, and manufacturing, as well as contracting. The economic growth throughout Indian country has made an attractive landscape for small business development, and strategies on how to harness that development and continue to be a priority of this office. And we look forward to continuing our work with Indian country. And I'll be available for any questions, and my contact information I'll provide to you is my number is 202-205-6411. Try to get out of this here. Okay.
Thank you, Sean. We really appreciate all of your information, very valuable for all of our small businesses to understand and know about the CARES Act and the funding available. And we want to thank all of the federal partners that were here with us today. Efrain Gonzalez with MBDA, Jeff Harris with USDA, and also Sean Pensano with SBA. Thank all of you. We thank you so much for being here today. And we look forward to future collaborations and future webinars. Thank you and have a great afternoon.
Thank you.
Our next panel will actually be featuring Fueling Small Business Opportunities, Harnessing Economic Strength and Assets. Our presenter this afternoon will actually be Dennis Smith with MBDA Program Manager within Washington, D.C. Dennis, we appreciate you attending this event today and our NEI. Just to give a quick bio and background of you so our participants here and watching online know where you're coming from, but Dennis is actually currently Project Director of the Capital Region MBDA Business Center. The MBDA Business Center is one of over 40 business centers around the country funded by the Minority Business Development Agency. Dennis, in the past, has served as Deputy and Director in Prince George's County Government Minority Business Program. He's also been the Director of Small Business Outreach at the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, Office of Small Business, and also the Program Manager for U.S. Missile Defense Agency's Office of Small Business Program. We want to welcome Dennis. We look forward to your presentation, and if there's any questions, I'll actually feed those through to you at the end, and you'll be able to answer any questions, and people could chime in that way. So thanks again, and I'll turn it over to you.
All right, thank you. Learning the fundamentals of growing your business is key. I like to approach the discussion of growth based on the industry that you are in, with one exception. Because the world is moving so fast, you must create in your business a culture of process improvement. Process improvement is always necessary. A business benefits when the focus of improvement is on performance results and shared objectives. When the focus is on achieving business objectives and improved performance, the performance results occur naturally and typically endure. Based upon your industry, you must make sure you keep up with trends. If you are in the construction industry, you must secure bonding. And if you are a subcontractor, bonding is necessary. Bonding companies pressure general contractors when their subs are not bonded, and things flow downhill from there. You must know scheduling software, such as Primavera 6.2. You must know how to efficiently and effectively use estimating software. If you are in information technology field, you must seek cybersecurity maturity modeling certification, CMMC, to say the least. Staying abreast of technology and trends in your industry is a full-time job, all by itself. Remaining knowledgeable and relevant is vital if you want to remain competitive. As a general comment, small businesses must continue to advocate for a level playing field. As Project Director of the Washington, D.C. MBDA Business Center, we must advocate for a level playing field for minority businesses. An affirmative action by government to redress past discrimination and current inequities that resulted from past discrimination continues to be a prerequisite for leveling the playing field. We are not cheerleaders, we are advocates with a mission. And in modern times, after the 1965 Civil Rights Act, minority businesses have been under assault. This assault has come from the courts. In 1978, it was Barkey versus California. In 1989, it was the Supreme Court decision of Richmond versus Croson that decimated minority business programs at the local and state level. And in 1989 and in 1995, it was Adirondack Constructors, Inc. versus Pena that required the federal government to step back from minority business programs. They stepped back, but not away, and we must continue to advocate for ourselves as minority businesses. You must become members of the larger business association in your area, your local chamber, as well as your local minority group. Too often, your local chamber will side with court cases that will not be to the best interest of minority businesses. That's why you need to be there to oppose their actions. You must band together in your local organization to promote your interests and come here to Washington, D.C. to demand that your interests are represented both in the legislature and in the courts. And what I have provided you are some of those court decisions that I mentioned. And so I'm glad to be represented here by your association here and by you coming here, and want to be a connection for you here in the Washington, D.C. area, should any of your businesses need assistance here in the area. Thank you very much for inviting me here today.
Thank you, Dennis, for that welcome, or for that great training this afternoon. We appreciate the information you provided to us. It's my pleasure now to introduce Yvette Fielder for the next section of this training, which will be entitled Procurement Technical Assistance Centers, Program Services Overview of the PTACs. And so Yvette will be moderating that session, and that'll be next.
Next up, we have our two PTAC centers that will co-present the DC Procurement Technical Assistance Center and our Procurement Technical Assistance Center under the umbrella of the National Center. So we have Crystal Pierce with the National Center at our PTAC, co-presenting with Vanessa Kadiri. She is the Senior Procurement Technical Assistance Specialist at the DC Procurement Technical Assistance Center. Vanessa and Chris, thank you for being here.
My name is Crystal Pierce, and I'm with the National Center American Indian Procurement Technical Assistance Center, or PTAC. And we are hosted by the National Center for American Indian Enterprise Development. Our mission is to provide professional business consulting services and technical assistance to Native American-owned firms to help them marketing and selling to the federal, state, local, and tribal governments, as well as to large primes. Native American includes American Indians, Alaska Native corporations, individual Alaska Natives, and Native Hawaiian organizations and individual Native Hawaiians. And we work with individuals and tribes on the reservation and off, and our services are free. The business has to be 51% Native American owned and managed and be a for-profit company. The National Center American Indian PTAC serves 3 BIA regions. I'm in the Eastern region with offices in Marietta, Georgia and Liverpool, New York, and the Southwest region, which is New Mexico and Colorado. We have offices in Albuquerque and Denver, and then also the Navajo Nation office. We serve 100% of all the regions, so any Native business in these regions who would like assistance with government contracting can reach out to us. What do we do for Native American businesses? We determine their suitability for contracting. We find opportunities through online bid matching. We assist with required registrations and certifications. We unite businesses with purchasing and decision makers. We sponsor outreach and networking events, and we educate them about procurement programs specific to them. What do we do for government and industry buying agencies? We educate buying and program offices on procurement programs specific to Native Americans, such as the Department of Defense's Indian Incentive Program. We sponsor and participate in outreach and networking events. We maintain a list of Native American-owned businesses, and we work directly with buyers and program officials. Our main office is in Marietta, Georgia, and our satellite offices are as follows: Navajo Nation, the Indio Pueblo Cultural Center in Albuquerque, Centennial, Colorado, which is near Denver, and Lockheed Martin in Liverpool, New York. And this is our staff. Our program manager is George Williams. Our office manager is Kathleen Weeks. And then we have Joanne Noda, Adolfo Vasquez, Colleen Brave, and myself. And this is how to reach our main office. If you would like to reach me individually, I can be reached at Crystal, CRYSTAL, at ncaied.org. And my number is 480-843-9847. And I look forward to hearing from any of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. I learned something. I didn't realize that we covered El Paso, Texas. So
we do, yes, with our New Mexico office. And that's just geographics is the way Texas is.
Yeah.
Actually closer to get to El Paso out of Albuquerque.
Right. All right. So now we have Vanessa. And Vanessa, I don't want to mispronounce your last name. Is it
Kadiri?
Kadiri. Okay, good. Perfect. All right. So do you have access to?
Yes. Let me pull up the PowerPoint.
Sending it over right now.
Show my screen. Okay. So greetings, everyone. My name is Vanessa Kadiri, and I am a Procurement Technical Assistant Center Specialist with the Department of Small and Local Business Development at 441 4th Street Northwest in Washington, D.C. And I'm also with we are a program within DSLBD, that's the acronym, and our program is DCPTAC. And I'm going to be presenting to you today the services of DCPTAC and, if time permits, giving some tips on developing an effective capability statement. So the DCPTAC, we offer District of Columbia-based businesses personalized counseling and competitive insight for navigating the government procurement process successfully. And I know that's a mouthful, but hopefully before the end of the presentation, you will gain insight as to what that means. As far as our program is concerned, the Procurement Technical Assistance Center was authorized by Congress in 1985 to help small businesses with expansion into the government marketplace. And we're about 98 PTACs with over 300 local offices and we form a nationwide network of dedicated procurement professionals working to help our local businesses compete successfully in the government marketplace. Our program is funded under the Defense Logistics Agency and a program throughout our cooperative agreements with state and local governments, as well as nonprofit organizations. We pride ourselves in saying that we are the bridge between the buyer and the supplier because we bring to bear the knowledge of both government contracting and the capabilities of our contractors to maximize fast, reliable services to our government with better quality and hopefully lower costs. We all have diverse backgrounds in education as well as our level of professionalism, but nonetheless, we come together to assist our small businesses with understanding the nuances of government contracting. And so we do our best to ensure that we know what's going on in the world of government contracting as far as law and regulations are concerned, as far as requirements and changes coming down the pipes. We know that there are changes to the women-owned, to the 8A, all small mentor protege, and I'm sure it's on the agenda, so I won't take any time trying to cover that. So some of the services that we actually provide, we do outreach as well as matchmaking events. And one thing we know that as new businesses, our small businesses depend on social interaction, vendor outreach sessions, etc. But foot traffic we know is very impacted because of COVID-19. And we see it's coming back to life a little bit, but now we're really heavily reliant on virtual outreaches and virtual training sessions. And so as most, we have innovated and incorporated that into our purview as well. We give training workshops, and we have quite a few coming up. And I know because I stated there are many PTACs, we all give different workshops, but the objective again is to help our small businesses. I will say for we are DC government employees, and everything that we do from our counseling on competitive insight to our workshops and trainings, they are all at no cost. So we assist with certification assistance. I am certified by the Department of Veteran Affairs to help the veterans successfully gain their verification process. I myself, I am a veteran. We assist with the 8A program, and as I stated, some changes will be coming, and we'll be able to assist with that as well. There's veteran-owned small business, the service-disabled veteran-owned small business, the economically disadvantaged women-owned, as well as women-owned that has changes coming. We ensure that if you're interested in federal contracting, the first place that you get registered is in the system for award management, and that has a new look and feel, but we're still able to guide you through that process. Now, one thing that I can say during this COVID era that's absolutely essential is marketing. We spend 80% of our time doing market research to ensure that we're helping and doing the best we can to work with our small businesses to position and posture them for government contracting opportunities. So we do a lot of research. There's a tool called bid matching, and when you register, when you're ready and registered for bid matching, you can increase your opportunities from 1 to 6 solicitations that you otherwise may not have had access to. We ensure that you have a marketing plan in place, and we assist you to ensure that you have a proper strategy for marketing as well. We assist with your GSA schedule, preparing that schedule, strategic partnership development, building the right relationships and developing those relationships, as well as small business training. Then there's pre-contract management, solicitation reviews, proposal review assistance, subcontracting assistance that we're hearing a lot of these days, as well as, oops, I think I closed the wrong thing out. Are you still able to see my slides?
Yes.
Okay, let's see. As well as post-contract award. You've won a contract, now what? We want to ensure that you can be compliant. One of the things that our small businesses do, they do win that award, but they don't think about the insurance requirement. Are you going to be able to meet that insurance requirement so that you can get a notice to actually go ahead and start work? You can win the award, and if you can't meet the insurance requirement, that award can go away. So we want to be sure that you have an infrastructure in place where you can not only perform, you can be compliant, and you will not create any risk, because as we know, the government is risk adverse, and we don't want you to get in any type of situation that you're not able to manage. So how do we how to collaborate with DCPTAC? One of the things that's very important to us is quarterly surveys, and we do put them out quarterly. And we'd like to know what we're doing well and what we can do better based on supply and demand and based on your small business needs. And so all of our businesses, they have a database profile. So we do our best to ensure it's very accurate. In DC government, there's NIGP codes, but we also use the NACE codes on the federal side. So we ensure that all your codes are accurate in our files. All the awards that you've won, it's very important to us to create milestones for you so we can track economic growth and development, as it is our mission within the agency, as well as on the federal side to assist small businesses with economic growth and development. So one of the ways we track that is by having our clients submit quarterly success stories. It can be as basic as being helped with a capability statement that enabled you to get in front of a decision maker, to be getting a solicitation response, your proposal review for compliance, and answering the mail and being succinct, and you got that award. So the success story is however the PTAC may have assisted you in the government contracting process that landed you an award. Size has nothing to do with it. It's just your growth within your small business. So how we assist within the small business community. How do we serve our small businesses? You're introduced to the services of DCP TAC. Then we do an assessment of your procurement readiness, and we identify your acquisition strategy. We make sure you have an acquisition strategy in place because you need to know who buys what you sell. You need to know who your competitors are. You need to follow the cycle of the government. You need to follow their acquisition cycle so that you can be posturing your company at the right time. So how to prepare to sell to the government? We prepare you, we come up with a plan, you position your business, and you pursue that opportunity. So it's very important that you understand contracting rules and regulations. All things FAR, you need to know what the FAR is. You need to know certain parts of the FAR as a small business. And depending on what type of contract you're going after, you need to be sure you know the rules and regulations. And if you need to go down to the DFARs and CPARs, that is also something that you need to do. It is very important to the government that they know you know that the language they speak. So it's your due diligence to ensure that you understand rules and regulations of the government so you can speak the correct language. I may have twisted that up a little bit, but it's very important for the government to know that you as a small business knows the language that the government speaks. And so I already spoke about bid matching, marketing plan. I spoke about that as well as proposal assistance. And I spoke about post-award contract management assistance as well as process and performance management. We will stay with you throughout the execution of that contract as long as you need us to stay with you. For the team meeting that you have, to get the team to buy into the mission and vision of the agency after you win an award is extremely important. And you get them to buy in before the kickoff meeting with the agency so that everyone is on the same page. So we support our government agencies by assisting businesses in understanding complex government standards and contract requirements. We will help you interpret law. We will help you interpret procedures and policies as needed to be sure that you are compliant. We also partner with government agencies in joining them with outreach events to promote agency small business initiatives as the one we're doing today. We work with quite a few federal agencies to ensure that changes that come down the pipeline are disseminated through the voices of the subject matter experts. We're experts in helping our small businesses, but we don't profess to know everything, but we partner with government agencies who have the expertise to get the correct information to our small businesses. So we do a lot of outreach events, even virtually as well. So we assist with subcontracting plans, and that's how we work with prime contractors. We help the primes to interpret the government standards and contract requirements for subcontracting. If there's a set aside for small businesses, to make sure they can meet that set aside. We assist in identifying qualified small businesses who can meet their socioeconomic goals. And you know that's the 8A, the hub zone, the woman-owned, the service disabled, veteran-owned. And we have Chris who spoke about the Native American PTAC, how she supports them. So they have goals as well. We collaborate with primes and government agencies on mentor protege initiatives. We don't find proteges for you, neither do we find mentors if you're on the converse side, but we do introduce you for the beginnings of relationship building if we have someone who has a need, and then it's up to you to develop that relationship. It's like a marriage of sorts. You don't just jump into it. You date for some time and get to know each other. Make sure you have common goals and visions. So we assist with that as well as the need arises. So now I'm going to talk about developing an effective capability statement. And a capability statement is a concise one-page document that communicates the strength, capabilities, and services of your company. Its purpose is to serve as a marketing tool to convince potential customers or prime contractors that you are the right small business for them to do business with. What is a capability statement? So using the information will help in creating a powerful capability statement. And I know this is a bit small, but I do believe the information will be sent out to you all. What it does, it opens doors to contracting opportunities in the federal government. This document is basically the key to building relationships with important decision makers in government contracting, providing them with a concise descriptions of goods and services your business can provide, and a consistent reminder of your firm. So when properly written, a capability statement is a tool that actually sets your business head and shoulders above your competitors. The purpose of the statement is similar to that of a business resume. It's required in many government registration processes. It's a tool used to market new agencies, and it's a proof of qualification. So most capability statements fail because they're too generic or they do not address the specific need of the target. So a well-crafted document will fit all relevant information onto one side of a piece of paper on an 8.5 by 11 sheet of paper. Much like a resume, you'll want your capability statement to be visually appealing and easily readable. It's intended to be concise, to the point, and to present your company's strength in one easy to read format. If necessary, you can include a second side. And I always say that's especially if you have a product that you sell, then you can showcase your product or your accolades on the second side. But it's best to keep critical information on the first side because that's primarily what gets read. So the key elements of a capability statement. So when you're composing your capability statement, you should be sure you have your core competencies on there, your company data, your past performance, your differentiators. These are the key elements that the government buyers are looking for so that they can make a speedy decision. And your differentiators is basically what sets you apart from everyone else that does what you do. Being woman-owned doesn't set you apart, but being a woman-owned small business successfully working for FEMA for the past 5 years in providing staff augmentation is a differentiator because not everyone can say that. So your core competencies are short introductory statements relating to the core competencies of your agency's specific needs, followed by keywords in heavy bulleted point. It's not everything that your firm does. It cannot be everything that you do, but the core expertise of the firm, what you do and what you do well, specifically relating it to the needs of the agency that you're pursuing. So a capability statement is basically written for the mission of an identify opportunity. And so it's a living document. You'll have multiple copies and you'll tweak it as needed. Again, the differentiators, doing business with the government is highly competitive. As we all know, contractors have the burden of dealing with this competitive market and rising above their other contractors. So many companies are trying to increase sales to the government market. They don't have a clear value statement detailing what makes them different from their competitors. So a succinct, clear statement that relates to the specific needs of the agency is what will help the procurement and purchasing staff, the program managers, as well as end users understand why they should pick your firm from any other company. So there are some questions you can ask to trying to understand a differentiator. How is your company best suited for the needs of the agency? What is it about your services that makes you stand out from the rest? What is it about your people that give you an advantage over your competitors? What are your products? And are they better? Do you have a better solution than others that are available? And in answering these questions, you kind of peel back the onion to not just say, well, we provide staff augmentation. What type of staff augmentation? What is it specifically that you do that would make me want to say, let me look at this company a little further? So if you're missing out on contracts and you don't have that differentiator, then you can kind of understand why. So the past performance is also key. Past performance is, you list your past performance. Typically, we say no more than 5 years. When you're responding to a solicitation, they typically want to know the last 3 contracts that you performed. So that is probably within a 5-year time frame. So on your past performance, don't go back 10 years. It's not relevant. You want to have the most relevant work on the top, especially federal work on the top, and then your commercial work if it relates to the opportunity. So if the past performance doesn't relate to the target needs, there's no need to list it. You're not trying to impress them. You're trying to show them that you have the best value. So ideally include specific contact information of immediate references. Basically, the past performance serves as references. Sometimes they'll ask you to provide the references because you don't have it anywhere on your case statement. If you have it, then they can check. So by the time they call you, they already know the value that you bring. So include the name, the title, the email, and phone number. That's pretty much what you need to state in addition. So you can use this information when you meet like decision makers or key personnel. Leave it off your case statement when you're sending it PDF, okay, as an initial outreach effort only. So if you're sending this out, you just have this whim and you want to email a case statement, which I don't recommend that you do. Don't give your references because you're just trying to get your foot in the door. I would recommend if you do have to mail it out, always do some research and see what the agency's needs are so you can tie in a value-added proposition that you bring. And the company data is basically a brief paragraph about your company. It can have your mission, your vision. If you have socioeconomics, you can have it in there, your cage code. If you accept credit cards, if you have a GSA schedule, your NACE codes, federal, if you have any federal contracting vehicle, your email addresses, all that's company data. Some people will have a paragraph strictly about the company, and on the side, they may have their NACE, their codes, their DUNS, accepting credit cards, GSA schedule, service disabled, all that's company data. So aesthetically, it should be pleasing, but you are free to massage that and format it how you like. And then the contact information, it should show your contact information, including your website and any specific person's name, email, and phone number. Do not put a name that's not reachable or a phone number that you're not going to pick up. Make sure that it is a name and email that you will pick up. And if your firm has any accolades, if you've won awards or received any notable accomplishments, list them only if you have space. So this is a sample of a capability statement. And again, you tweak it and massage it as you need it. So let's review. A capability statement is very similar to a resume for your business. One-sided, preferable. So over a period of time, you'll develop several capability statements. You'll have different versions. If you're targeting to the federal government, you'll have your NACE codes. If you're targeting to the local government, you'll have your NIGP codes. So you just tailor it according to the need and the sector of your audience. It's the same way you tailor your resume. You're not going to talk about marketing if you're going for a PR position or accounting position. You're going to be specific to answer the mail. So you want your past work descriptions to match up with the contracting needs of the agency to which you're marketing. And small business specialists within government agencies, they actually use that information to decide whether to refer you to contracting officers, end users, and prime contractors. So it is very important. Contracting officials use this information to make initial determinations about whether you appear to have what the wherewithal to actually perform work. So marketing tools are very important and they should be customized for marketing to specific target agencies. Always know your audience. Always know to whom you're trying to market. Do the research first. Go on their website. Find out if they have a SBLO, a Small Business Liaison Office, or a OSDBU office. Find out if there's a direct point of contact listed so you can be very specific. Look at their trends. Look at their spending trends on USA Spending. See what they're buying so that your marketing could be directed and it could be strategic. So then your capability statement should be concise, one-page marketing document, and the branding should be consistent with the website, your business card, and any other marketing material that you have. Tell the same story. Have your logo on your capability statement, on your business card, on your website. Let your branding be very, very uniform so that the government can know that you are speaking the language that they understand. So if there, this concludes my presentation, and our contact information for my team is listed at the end. We are 5 strong. We have an intake coordinator, we have 3 specialists, and a program manager. And feel free to contact us. We already got the information from Chris on aptac-us.org. Feel free to look us up and send us an email or our phone numbers. They do work during this virtual space. And if there's anything that you'd like me to answer, please feel free to contact me. And that does conclude my presentation.
Thank you for joining us again. Next up, we have John Shiraka with Government Contract Pros. John?
Thank you, Yvette. Thanks for having me today. And thanks to the National Center for allowing me to participate in the training. I'm delighted to be here today to talk a little bit about government contracting. I'll go ahead and share the presentation here. And go through. Just before we get started, I guess I want to talk today a little bit about federal contracting in broad scope, and I want to talk a little bit about the various programs when we talk about federal contracting, like the 8A and the Hub Zone, woman-owned, etc. But I also want to talk about the basics first, and then once we get through those topics, there has been some recent changes in rules and regulations that impact these programs. So I definitely want to talk a little bit about that as well. So getting started with just government contracting and the broad overview. Let me go ahead and start the show. Talking about these are the things that I think we want to discuss, right? The federal marketplace as it relates to small business contractors, how set-asides happen and how they're enforced, small business set-aside programs, and then we can talk about specifically the 8A program and the Hub Zone program, et cetera. But, and by the way, I think one of the things that I like to do oftentimes, and I guess in this particular session, we're not going to have the opportunity to sort of do Q&A, but I think having done these with Q&A, questions and answers before, I'll try and stop every so often and discuss the topic as it relates to small businesses and nascent businesses as they enter the federal marketplace, as well as sort of more sophisticated small businesses. So why is federal contracting important? And as a small business, why is it important to at least consider the federal marketplace in order to diversify your portfolio? I think this is really critical, especially in the environment that we are in today, right? So we've seen the COVID environment, we've seen the impact it's had on small businesses, but we've also seen how the government has really stepped up and filled gaps, responded to the pandemic. And so it has actually ended up creating opportunities for businesses to work with the government. And it's been very beneficial, obviously, to firms that had the experience, that had the networks, that were engaged in the process and could leverage that relationship. The federal government is the largest buyer of goods and services in the entire world, right? We have the federal government purchasing somewhere between $500 to $600 billion with a B every year. And by law, 23% of that has to go to small businesses, right? So that's roughly $90 to $100 billion every year available to small businesses with respect to government contracting and opportunities. And we talk about government lending and small business lending, et cetera. Those are loans that are paid back, right? In this instance, with government contracting, these are contracts to small businesses that they can use to grow and develop their business. It's not a loan that's paid back. And quite frankly, with respect to a government policy, I think it's important to understand, because the reason the government has the 23% requirement is because it allows economic development in local economies, right? When small businesses get government contracts, it encourages economic growth in local economies. There are socio categories that receive federal contracts and have set aside requirements. So, we see the 8A program, or the Small Disadvantaged Business Program. In addition to the 23% goal, there's a 5% goal for that. When we talk about the Woman-Owned Small Business Program, there's a 5% goal for that. Service Disabled Veteran-Owned Small Business Program, 3% goal for that. And the Hub Zone program, there's a 3% goal for that. So the one thing that I'd say to small businesses, if they're looking to this federal marketplace, it can be a little bit daunting. It can be a little bit challenging with respect to the landscape and the mechanisms for contracting, et cetera. And it takes some learning if you're not familiar with it. But it is a marketplace that helps diversify your portfolio. The federal government is, like I said, the largest buyer in the world, but it also allows to engage with a client that's going to pay its bills, right? The federal government always pays its bill. And then it limits competition in certain circumstances to small businesses. So usually, I guess, in this particular slide and in this discussion, there's questions about, how do we certify, what exactly are the set-asides and the requirements? And I'll touch on those as we go through this with respect to each of these socioeconomic categories. But the one thing that I'd say is that the 8A program is a full front-end certification program, right? So there is a process for getting certified at the Small Business Administration. Some will say that it's an intrusive and tedious process. The federal government really wants to make sure that you say who you say you are. So, there is a lot of documentation that's necessary to get certified on the front end. The Hub Zone program is also front-end full certification. So again, time consuming. There's a lot of requirements to submit on the front end to get certified, and the government wants to know that you're representing accurately. Historically, the Women-Owned Small Business Program had been what we consider a self-representation program. Excuse me. And with a self-representation program, you register to do work with the federal government, you represent yourself as small and woman-owned. Small is self-representation. And, it historically had been that way, self-representation. SBA, or Small Business Administration, would only get involved in case of a protest. Since October of this year, the Women-Owned Small Business Program is now also a full front-end certification program. So there is a process to register and get certified at the SBA. And then the last program, the Service Disabled Veteran-Owned Small Business Program, last but not least, is for the entire federal government, a self-representation program, right? So you register to do work with the federal government, you self-represent as service disabled. In case of a protest, that's when the SBA gets involved, and that's when you will have the SBA looking at the documentation to see if you are who you say you are. So currently, the only sort of self-representation programs are the SDV OSB program for the federal government, and I'll explain that in a second, and just small in general. And the reason I say SDV OSB for the federal government is because if you do want to work with the Veterans Agency, the VA, the Veterans Agency has a full front-end certification program for its own vendors. So if you are going to pursue a set-aside at the VA or a sole source, you will have to be certified in the CVE system. It's a VA system. It's not connected to the SBA. And that is also a full front-end certification program, very much like the 8A certification process. So how are small businesses certified, or how are small businesses opportunities set aside? But before we get to that, because I did mention this slide, and these slides are going to be available, and they're available on the National Center's website, but we can also send out. But what's the process for registering with the federal government to work with the federal government, right? The very basic step is registering with the System for Award Management, or SAM. Once you get into SAM and start the registration process, you're going to see emails that'll say, hey, I can help you to register with SAM, or pay us as a consultant to register with SAM. The federal government doesn't require you to pay to register with SAM. Now you're fully, free to engage with a consultant to register with SAM, but you don't need to, right? It can be, a cumbersome process. It's a lot of questions. There's a lot of multiple steps to go through it. Sometimes it takes a period of time because you have to have a Dun & Bradstreet number. You have to be issued a cage code by Defense Logistic Agency. So it's a little bit of a process, but you don't have to hire someone to do it. You could do it yourself. Something that most small businesses don't sort of focus on, and I get this question often, is the question of SAM as it relates to dynamic small business search. So SAM is a GSA system, right? It's a system that GSA manages for vendors that want to work with the federal government. When you fill out your SAM profile and you submit it, when you answer the questions with respect to revenues and employees, the system will determine if you're small or not for your industry. Or your NAICS code, North American Industry Classification Code, basically your industry. And once it determines you're small, is what a lot of businesses don't realize. It opens up a profile for you at the Small Business Administration, or SBA. That profile and that system is different than SAM, right? So it is interlinked. And you can go through SAM to update your DSBS profile. And as it stands right now, you can't go to DSBS directly for updating, but that may change. But it's important to understand that you have a dynamic small business search profile. Why? Okay, so when the federal government looks for small businesses, and we'll talk about that in a minute, when they look to engage small businesses to meet their goal, one of the tools that contracting officers have access to is dynamic small business search. So it's important to fill out your profile appropriately. It's important to update your profile as you gain past performance and qualifications, because that's one of the tools that contracting officers will use to identify small businesses. And the last thing I'll say is, and this is a question that comes up often, is how often should I update my profile, and is it really useful to continuously update my profile? The way that the dynamic small business search works, and it's not the most user-friendly database. It kind of looks like Internet 1.0, maybe 2.0. When a contracting officer goes in to do a search, particular industry or keywords, etc., profiles that come up are the ones that were most recently updated. So it's important to go in and update. We even have some clients that'll go in and just change a sentence or a word or a paragraph, etc. So it's important to continuously update it. Some of the other basic systems that are really key to understanding the federal government are what used to be FBO or FedBizOps, which is now beta.sam, and then a database that's really not user-friendly, but it is incredibly important to understand. And I'm just looking at my time because I want to make sure that we stay on track, because I do want to get to some of the basics and then some of the changes. So on FBO, or what now is beta.sam, every requirement over $25,000 that the government lets is going to be on beta.sam.gov. So it's a great tool to sort of search the marketplace, understand what the government is selling, understand the requirements that are out there, and sort of strategize about, how would we as a firm respond to this opportunity. And obviously, they'll come out, they'll be usually 30, 45, sometimes 60-day turnaround with proposals. But all opportunities above $25,000 are going to be in that system. The one thing we always tell clients is that, look, if you're only waiting for beta.sam.gov to look at opportunities, a lot of times it's late, right? Because your competitors would have already strategized on how to bid on that opportunity. Your competitors would have already probably prepared teams. Your competitors would probably have already looked at the incumbent and seen, can we team up with the incumbent, or how can I match the incumbent's past performance and qualifications? So how do you find out, that historical data? Federal Procurement Data System is the system of record for every contract the federal government has ever let over $25,000. So, we tell our clients, you can go in there and I always say widgets. You can go in there and do a search to figure out, if you're selling widgets, who's buying widgets, right? And who's buying the most widgets in the federal government, because obviously they would be a good target. But FPDS has much more data than just that, right? They will tell you who's the contracting officer on this past procurement, who is the program office, who's the incumbent. Sometimes they'll have a statement of work attached, and the newer files will have a statement of work attached. So that historical data is really important. And by the way, how long is the current contract for? When does it expire? All those things are incredibly important to strategize and develop a pipeline of federal contract opportunities. And the one thing that, in the federal marketplace, it can be a challenge, but if you strategize correctly, you can create it and make it into a plus, is that the pipeline sometimes can be 12, 18, 24 months, where you're looking at this data, you're looking at the incumbent, you're looking at the bids to come out, and you're strategizing on how to respond. And that's why I say, if you find it in beta.sam.gov, good, you can respond to that opportunity with a proposal, but a lot of your competitors have done the historical work that's going to be in FPDS. And the other thing that I'll say is, look, so you're going to have FPDS that's really difficult to manage. There is a more use, I don't want to say useful, because FPDS is the system of record, but USA Spend is a little bit more interactive and user-friendly, and it pretty much has the same data as FPDS. And then there's going to be firms like, Bloom, and I'm just throwing these names out there, but Bloomberg Government and FedMine and others that have, their third-party providers of all this data in a very user-friendly fashion, but they are expensive. And everything that the federal government makes available is free. So if you ever get into any one of these sites, you do a Google search for FPDS and someone wants to charge you, be cautious. Yes, you can certainly get some of the databases that make it user-friendly, but you don't have to pay for this data. And the last thing that's on here is that the SBA does maintain a searchable database for subcontracting. It isn't necessarily updated enough, and it's not the best database, but it does have opportunities where prime contractors are looking for subcontractors. And why is that important? So when we talked about, I'll switch real quick because this is easy to do. When we talk about the 23% and the 5533, where the federal government has these goals, or large prime contractors, anybody that doesn't get a set aside, and it's over $750,000, the large primes, medium-sized primes, you talk about the Deloittes or the KPMGs or the Northrop Grummans or the Lockheeds, they have small business subcontracting goals. So they are interested in identifying firms that are 8A women-owned, service-disabled hub zone. And the one thing that I didn't mention on this page is that, if you think you can qualify for multiple designations, you become more attractive to the federal government. Because one of the things that a lot of folks don't realize is that the federal government can get multiple credits. So if they give $1 million loan to a woman-owned 8A hub zone service disabled, it doesn't mean that they have to choose that $1 million and only drop it into one bucket. They actually get $1 million worth of credit in every one of those buckets. So the more designations you have, the more attractive you are to contracting officers. So again, going back to this slide, the SBA maintains the subcontracting opportunities database, but if you are a small business, you should at the back, or one of the tracks for developing business isn't only prime contracting with the federal government, it's trying to find opportunities to subcontract with large primes. So back to the question of how do set-asides occur, right? Because we talk about the 23%, we talk about the 5533. So what are the rules? And a lot of times, I have discussions with small businesses that have been around for years and are, pretty sophisticated with respect to implementing, bidding, implementing, et cetera, but don't necessarily understand the mechanics of why a set-aside happens or how. So I think it's really important because there are certain levers to be able to push within an agency to make sure that a set-aside occurs. So first of all, the simplified acquisition threshold, right? Anything below $250,000 is by law and regulation completely reserved for small business, right? So it's not a question of, contracting officer, should I set this aside for small business? It's really reserved for small business. Now, there are times where a requirement might not get set aside. And why is that? Well, think about a license, like a Microsoft license or a Cisco license or a webinar license. Sometimes there isn't a reseller that will sell that license. And so the government has to go to Microsoft or Cisco to procure that license. So, and oftentimes it's going to be less than $250,000 for a license. So you'll see certain instances. And when I was with the government and running these programs for the federal government, one of the things we tracked was which agencies are doing well when it came to small business spend under the SAT, and the federal government loves using acronyms, and which agencies were doing poorly, and who did we have to sort of nudge to make sure that they do well. And so that's one way set-asides occur. Then when we talk about over $250,000, what really small businesses should be familiar with, and this is why dynamic small business search becomes important and market research becomes important, is because the contracting officer, when federal procurement occurs, has to follow the rule of two. And what do we mean by that? So the rule of two specifically states that if there are two or more small businesses that can provide the product or offer or service at a reasonable price, not the best price, at a reasonable price, then it shall be set aside. And the really sort of government speak key term there is shall. It's not a may or a can. A shall means that if there are two or more small businesses that can provide the product or service at a reasonable price, then it has to be set aside. So that's where that market research becomes really important. So if the government contracting officer, does market research, looks at DSBS, and can't find two small businesses, then they're going to say, well, I need to find two small businesses, so I'm not going to set it aside. So keeping your profile up in dynamic small business search is important, but also the other thing is responding to sources sought. So it's really important to make sure that when you look at FBO, which is now beta.sam.gov, you'll see these notices about sources sought. So the contracting officer is doing market research. They can certainly just go to DSBS, but they can actually do market research. So they're doing market research to identify two or more small businesses. So if small businesses don't respond to sources sought, then they can say, well, we tried, no small businesses, sorry, we're not going to set this aside. Now, this is really important, the next two, right? So who enforces the rule of two? One is, there are officials, and this used to be under my previous office that I was responsible for at the SBA. There are officials that oversee buying activities to make sure that the rule of two is followed, right? That government contracting officers follow the rule of two. However, there is limited capacity for oversight, and I'll talk a little bit about that. But one of the other ways of making sure that it occurs is, the small businesses that are the eyes and ears and can leverage their presence to really have some oversight over this, right? So if you're seeing requirements that should have been set aside that aren't being set aside, you should be bringing it up with the right folks. And the right folks are PCRs. So what is a PCR? A PCR is an official that works for the Small Business Administration. Doesn't work for the DoD or Department of Homeland Security or any other civilian agencies. They oversee those buying activities. And every requirement that does not get set aside has to have the signature of a PCR. So PCR will get a file and will say, did you do your market research? Let me look at your sources sought. Did you just Google? Did you do a dynamic small business search? So if firms aren't responding to sources sought, that file isn't going to be very full, and the PCR is going to have to sign the non-set aside. So it's really important, one, to understand the PCR's role. So if you identify requirements that should have been set aside and they're not, the SBA has a great website on, which PCRs cover what buying activities. And so if you're dealing with, let's throw Aberdeen Proving Grounds or Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, and you're like, wow, that should have been set aside. Well, it's important to find out who the PCR is, and the PCR reports to an area director and get them engaged with respect to, hey, this buying activity doesn't seem to be following the rule of two. Can you guys look into this requirement that wasn't set aside? So the eyes and ears is really important of the small businesses, because there are less than, last count, 75 PCRs to cover the entire federal government and the thousands and thousands of buying activities across the federal government. So they'll get requests, email to them, fax to them, and yes, the federal government still uses faxes, and they'll sign off on them. So it's the eyes and ears of the small businesses that help to make sure that the rule of two is enforced. So the small business set aside program, okay? So we talked about registering in the federal government. We've talked about what is the North American Industry Classification Code. Excuse me just for a sec. My apologies, dogs. I apologize. So how do small business set-asides occur, right? So we talked about industries. I sort of mentioned North American Industry Classification Codes. And one needs to be aware that, you can be small for one particular industry and not small for another, right? So I'll give you an example. When I ran these programs, a lot of times people would say, how can a company with 1,500 employees be considered small? Well, that particular industry or NAICS code was for shipbuilders. Now, 1,500 employees for shipbuilders is small. Most of the companies in that industry are, tens of thousands. Obviously, that's not going to be small for other industries. There are some industries that are revenue-based, right? So services are revenue-based. Manufacturing is employee-based. And the one thing that, you obviously, when you go through SAM and you register, you'll put your primary NAICS code, you'll answer some questions, and it'll say, oh, you're small. But you can have secondary NAICS codes, and you can have multiple, NAICS codes aside from your primary NAICS code. So it's important to know what your primary NAICS code is, and then the way that you identify your size is the past 5 years. And that's a rule that recently changed that I think I want to just highlight. Let me come back over here. It used to be you look at the past 3 years, and you would spikes in the marketplace and spike in revenues, you'd have a really good year, and all of a sudden you were no longer small. So the federal government thought, maybe looking back 5 years would be better. It would even out and allow firms to be small for a longer period of time before they had to compete on the full and open marketplace. So that was changed. And starting, I think it was last year, firms can use the 5-year look-back period. But up until January 6th of 2022, you can also, depending on which one is better for you, you want to be small, obviously, to be able to bid on small business set-asides. Up until January 6, 2022, you can do a 3-year look-back or a 5-year look-back, depending on what's most beneficial to you. Now, so you're small for your primary NAICS code. Let's say an opportunity comes out, you want to bid on it, and it's a small business set-aside. You have to be small for the NAICS code assigned to that requirement. Every requirement that comes out has a NAICS code assigned to it, right? So again, you could be small in certain NAICS code and large in certain NAICS code, and you can still bid on small business set-asides as long as you're small for the NAICS code assigned to that particular request for proposal. They call it RFP. So that's just something to keep in mind. I do want to sort of talk a little bit about, we did talk about this, the NAICS code, size, et cetera. You have to be small for your primary NAICS code to be considered small, but you can be small for other NAICS codes and bid on opportunities that have other NAICS codes. Those are the questions that sort of usually come up with respect to set-asides. I think one of the things that I generally like to talk about before I sort of get into 8A and HubZone is the question of affiliation. And this is important because when firms are new to the federal marketplace, some of the practices that are really common in the private sector can lead to issues of affiliation. And affiliation isn't in and of itself, you know, a negative thing, right? You may actually be affiliated with a sister company. What SBA will do is if there is a size protest and they have to come in and say, hey, were you really small for this requirement that you submitted a proposal for? If you're found affiliated with a sister company, they will combine the revenues to determine to see if you're still small. So you just need to be aware, is there any possibility that I can be found affiliated? And if so, then am I still small? Affiliation can occur. So what I just mentioned just a second ago with respect to, you know, practices that are kind of normal in the private sector. Let's say you do a lot of joint ventures with another firm. You know, you've found a relationship that really works. You've created joint ventures. You're pursuing opportunities. You're implementing those opportunities. If you do joint venture after joint venture after joint venture with the same firm, you know, SBA could find that to be a case of affiliation and then would combine your revenues. Let's say you have common ownership or common management. That too can be found to be affiliation. Let's say you have familial relationships and you're really in the same industry. There isn't a real strong fracture between familial relationships. That can be found to be affiliation. Sometimes if you have undue reliance on your subcontractor, that's called ostensible subcontracting, and that's an issue with respect to size standards. So it's important to understand, and the challenge, I guess, and the thing to be aware of, is that the SBA doesn't have any bright sort of red lines with respect to, okay, you can come up to this point and not be affiliated. And then you go down, you know, you go over that red line and now you're affiliated. What the SBA does is consider the totality of the circumstances. And it's sort of, that term is sometimes a little aggravating because, you know, it's hard to tell, you know, what one analyst might find that the totality of the circumstances lead to affiliation versus another. But they can always be appealed. You know, the decision of a size analyst can be appealed to the Office of Hearing and Appeals. But the SBA will look at the totality of the circumstances to determine if you are indeed small or affiliated, and then if you're small. So it's important to understand some of the things that can lead to affiliation. And then the other thing that I always want to make folks aware of is that, you know, if you have an entity that's owned by a tribe or an Alaska Native corporation, you know, regional or village, or a Native Hawaiian organization, or even a community development corporation, those types of entities, if they're owned by the tribe or ANC or NHL, they're not found affiliated. So they're exempted from affiliation. So the SBA allows, you know, common ownership, common management, common facilities, common back office operations. SBA allows those types of commonalities amongst, because just to be clear, the Indian tribes, Alaska Native corporations, Native Hawaiian organizations can own multiple 8A companies, and they can have multiple subsidiaries in federal contracting, but they'll never be found affiliated with each other because of common ownership and shared services because of this exemption. And that's why you'll see tribes owning multiple 8A companies. And, that's perfectly within regulation. And the reason for that is that the 8A program, when it comes to the Native communities, is geared towards serving and providing economic development to an entire community, right? So that's why you're allowed to have multiple 8A companies. When it comes to individually owned 8As, the benefits are to flow to that individual, and that's why you're limited to the one 8A for individual companies. A lot of times folks will say, well, how come super 8As, quote unquote super 8As have this great benefit of multiple 8A subsidiaries? It's because they support an entire community, not an individual. So I think that's sort of the small business program. I'm trying to think, what kind of questions usually come up with respect to small and affiliation. I think it's really important to understand, you can be small in some NAICS codes, you can be large or other than small in other NAICS codes. And it's really important to understand the NAICS code, North American Industry Classification Code, that's assigned to your requirement. And it's also important to understand, in case of a protest, what are the things that the Small Business Administration is going to look at, and what are the things that I need to consider to make sure that, I've bid on this project, I've been awarded it, I'm not going to lose it because of a protest. Okay, so I do want to talk about, and I think we have another 45 minutes, if I'm not mistaken. So I do want to talk about the 8A program, and then I want to talk a little bit about the Hub Zone program, and then jump into some of the changes, recent changes, and some of the ways to leverage those changes when it comes to federal contracting. So real quick, I guess, with the 8A program, sort of an overview, right? The 8A program is a economic development, business development program, right? So it is limited to 9 years. And the intent of the program is the individual gets to sort of have this shelter of 9 years and gain technical assistance and opportunities to win projects on a set aside, in a set aside environment, to sort of grow over those 9 years and be able to graduate from the 8A program and be viable in the full and open marketplace, right? And so, there's certain things that are unique to the 8A program. Obviously, there's limited competition, so there's 8A set-asides. That means you don't have to compete with all the businesses, even all the small businesses out there. You're limited competition to other 8A participants. The other thing that's really unique in the 8A program is the sole source provision. So the other programs have sole source provisions. However, in the 8A world, the sole source provision is really, really streamlined and easy for the government to implement. So I'll give a quick example. In the 8A world, the government contracting officer, within the thresholds, right? So you have a threshold of, and I'll jump to that slide real quick. There we go. And these may have just recently gone up. So here's the threshold, 7 and 4, okay? 7 is for manufacturing, 4 is for other contracts. So within those thresholds, the contracting officer can contract an 8A firm on a sole source basis, so no competition, without having to, write a justification or receive an approval or any of that, right? They identify an 8A firm that they want to work with, They will issue a government estimate with respect to cost and negotiate the price, but there doesn't have to be competition. And the requirement can be sole sourced to the 8A company without justification and higher authority approval. So that's very unique to the 8A program. And the Hub Zone program has a sole source provision, as does the woman-owned and the service disabled. But in that scenario, the contracting officer has to write a justification, and the justification has to explain why this Hub Zone company is the only Hub Zone company that can provide that product or service, right? And contracting officers, if they are not super risk averse, can, make that justification by saying, look, it's the only Hub Zone company that's located geographically in this area, or it's the only Hub Zone company that has this type of background and experience and project past performance. But it's much more harder, and contracting officers are often risk averse. So it's very difficult usually, and it's rare to see a significant number of sole source awards in the Hub Zone program, in the service disabled program, and the women-owned small business program. You see a lot of sole source awards in the 8A program because up to these thresholds, no justification and approval is required. The contracting officer, as long as you meet the government, price estimate, can award a sole source to an 8A participant. Now, it is a 9-year program, as we were saying. So you will be, you have the ability to get these sole source opportunities, but you'll be sort of weaned, quote unquote, weaned off the sole source opportunities in year 7, 8, and 9. So, the one thing we always tell clients, because a lot of folks are like, wow, I want to get into the 8A program, think I'll get tons of contracts, such a great opportunity. Yes, yes, and yes, but you need to be ready for the 8A program, right? It's a 9-year program. You want to be able to benefit from all of those 9 years, and you don't want to spend your first 2, 3, 4 years figuring out federal contracting, developing the right network, developing the right relationships, identifying who your buyer is going to be, because you get into year 7, 8, and 9, and you're going to be limited on the percentage of sole source opportunities that you can receive. So over years 7, 8, and 9, you get weaned off sole source opportunities in order so that you can graduate and be fully competitive in the full and open marketplace. So be just aware of that. And we will talk about the Mentor Protege program separately in a little bit. But so 8A requirements. I'm going to go quickly over this because these are going to be on the website. These are going to be in the slides. You can see them. But in general terms, one is you have to be small. We've said that already. The other is that the individual that the certification is based on, right? The majority owner, 51%, that the eligibility is based on that person. So that person has to not only own 51%, but they have to control. So that means that that owner needs to be able to control day-to-day operations and needs to be able to make long-term decisions, right? SBA is very critical of that because they want to make sure that the benefits are flowing to the individual that is applying to the 8A program, right? So there's the ownership requirement, you have to own 51%. The disadvantaged individual or individuals have to own 51%. And then you have to also demonstrate that you have control. So a lot of times, the minority partner, may want to have, and this is a question that comes up a lot, right? So I'm going to throw it out there. A lot of times the minority partner will want to have, some sort of requirement for unanimous consent provisions. Everybody has to agree before we can do X, Y, and Z. Well, SBA doesn't like that because that limits the owner's control. So there are very few unanimous consent provisions that the SBA will allow when you're applying to the 8A program. The disadvantaged individual, the person that the designation is based on, really needs to have ownership and control. The other thing that's really important is for the 8A program, that individual needs to be socially disadvantaged and economically disadvantaged, right? So real quick, socially disadvantaged, what do we mean by that? There are some presumed classes, obviously. There's African American, Hispanic American, Native American, Asian Pacific Americans, etc. Tribes, again, special consideration. Tribes have to demonstrate economic disadvantage if they are recognized by the state or the federal government. They are presumed socially disadvantaged. So does that mean that we can only see presumed classes in the 8A program? And the answer is no. And the reason for that is that if you're not in the presumed group, so if you're not a tribe applying to the 8A program or an Alaska Native Corporation, et cetera, or you're not African American, Native American, Hispanic American, et cetera, can you still apply to the 8A program? And the answer is yes, because there are some groups that can be presumed socially disadvantaged. And I'll give you one quick example. Let's say you are a Caucasian female in the construction industry. If you can demonstrate not only that you've been discriminated against, because SBA, of course, that's step number one, right? You've faced discrimination, but you have to connect the dots with that discrimination, has led the individual to the inability to get a job, to get promoted, to get financing, to start a business, or to get a promotion, right? Or education. So you have to be able to connect the dots with discrimination, but it negatively and significantly impacted the individual's ability to succeed, financing, education, job, etc. So the example is, when I was running these programs, and today you will have white Caucasian females in the 8A program in the construction industry or the IT industry or other places, right? So there are different ways to apply to the 8A program. So that's socially disadvantaged. Economically disadvantaged, the numbers are up here. We can talk about them real quick. These are going to be on the SBA website. But you basically, in order to get into the program, you have to meet certain criteria, right? Your personal net worth has to be less than $250,000. Now, for your personal net worth, you get to deduct certain things like your primary residence. You get to deduct, your retirement account, the value of your business. So there are deductions to come out to this personal net worth. And then the other thing is that your average income over the last 3 years also has to be less than $250,000. And then your total assets, so throw everything back in, your business, your retirement, et cetera, throw it all back in. And now you have to be less than 4 million. Okay, so that's for entering the program. In order to remain in the program, your past 3-year income can go up to $350,000, and your personal net worth can go up to $750,000, and your total assets can go up to $6 million. So there's a requirement to get into the program, and then there's the requirement to stay in the program. And the one thing that I'll say is that with the very recent changes in the rules, there is some flexibility with respect to retirement account. It used to be you could exclude retirement only if you weren't of retirement age. The new rules have added a lot of flexibility in there. So even if you're at retirement age, you can potentially still exclude your retirement accounts from your total asset calculation. So that's sort of really quick in a nutshell, the 8A program. The one thing that I'd say is look, it's a full, and these are questions that come up a lot, right? So it is a full front end certification program. You apply at certified.sba.gov. They're going to ask for a lot of documentation to demonstrate and to confirm that you meet these eligibility requirements that we just spoke of, right? So economic disadvantage, financial statements, accounts, retirement accounts. It is a burdensome process. But if you get certified into the program, it can be very beneficial as long as you're ready to take advantage of the program. The other thing that a lot of times comes up, and I'll just make sure I just mention it one more time before I jump into the HubZone program. The ownership and control. So the other thing that really hangs people up, especially if they have multiple owners, is that the disadvantaged individual really needs to own and control, and that's another thing that just hangs up the application process for a lot of firms. I think that's the basics of the 8A program. I want to talk about the HubZone program, and I have half an hour. I want to jump into the mentor protege program real quick, and then I want to talk about the new rules as well. So the HubZone program, I think it's important to understand because number one, all tribal land is considered HubZone land. So for tribally owned entities, it's a really important program. And the federal government hasn't met its HubZone goal in forever, right? So the goal is 3%. They seldom break 2%. So the federal government is looking for qualified HubZone firms to help them meet their goal. And this is when we talk about if you think you can, qualify for more than one program, you should definitely look to qualify for, the HubZone program, the 8A program, because you become more attractive to buying activities. The HubZone program really has two requirements. Okay, and again, it's the historically underutilized business zones program, HubZones program. Really has two requirements, other than the ownership, which we've already talked about, 51% ownership control. Okay, that's a basics of small business programs. The two requirements: your principal office has to be in a HubZone. So what's a HubZone? HubZone, like I said on this slide, is a historically underutilized business zone. The SBA doesn't determine what a HubZone is, but they have the maps on the SBA HubZone website. Housing and Urban Development actually determines what a HubZone is, and it looks at economic data, unemployment data, poverty rates, etc., to determine where HubZones exist. So you can go to the SBA website. They have an excellent updated map. You can put in your address, and it'll say, oh, your address is in a HubZone. Okay, so two requirements: your principal office has to be in a HubZone, and then 35% of your employees must live in a HubZone. Okay, those are the two basic requirements for the HubZone program. The one thing that I want to emphasize here, and it's really important, a principal office doesn't mean your headquarters. It simply means where most of your employees work. Excuse me. And when you look to determine what your principal office is, you get to exclude project work sites. So if you had, a project at Aberdeen Proving Grounds, I always use that example, you can exclude that staff. But then you have two offices left, and you have, 3 people in a hub zone in Baltimore, and 2 people in an affluent section of DC. Your principal office is the one with 3 people in it, and it's in a hub zone. So now you've met the principal office requirement. Okay, and firms will. I don't want to say play around with this because it's legitimate. you can move 1 or 2 employees in order to meet the principal office requirement, because it's not your headquarters. Again, it's where most of your employees work. And then the other thing that you need to accomplish on a usual basis, and I'll talk about the tribal exception in a second. The other thing that you need to accomplish is that 35% of your employees live in a hub zone, right? So it doesn't mean the same hub zone, right? So, you know, your hub zone can be on tribal ground. It could be in, like I said, in downtown Baltimore, or, you know, a historically underutilized business zone in Baltimore. Your employees, 35% of them have to live in a hub zone. It could be any hub zone in the United States. So those are the 2 basic requirements. And the other thing that I'd add with respect to definition of an employee, because it's not your usual definition, is that anybody that works at least 40 hours a month, not a week, 40 hours a month, is considered an employee. So what we have a lot of times, or oftentimes, is firms hiring interns, right? And college interns, college cities, usually hub zone cities, hiring interns 40 hours a month to meet that 35% requirement. So there are ways to look at the program to make yourself eligible. And I'd encourage that, because 2 things. One is, obviously, it impacts the local economy. Hub zone set-asides are good for local economies. Number 2, the federal government is looking for good certified hub zone firms. And if you can qualify, you become very attractive to the federal government. The one thing that I just want to add before I jump to the mentor protege program and a new set of slides is there's a couple of things that have changed that make the hub zone program more attractive. One is, number one, the maps used to change all the time. So, you know, you'd say, oh, wow, I applied. My primary office is in a hub zone. My 35% employees live in a hub zone area. And, you know, 6 months later, the maps were changed. So SBA understood that. The maps are actually locked until 2021. And then moving forward, they're not going to be updated but every 5 years. So there's a lot more stability in the program. The other thing is that, you know, you would start up, you'd have 35% of your employees in a hub zone. You did well, you grew, your employees did well, and they moved. And then all of a sudden, you didn't meet the 35% requirement. So the other thing that's really beneficial and has changed in the program is that, look, if your employees are in the program 180 days before they get included as a hub zone employee, and 180 days after they, you know, your certification or your recertification, then they will be considered your hub zone employee even if they move. As long as they remain on your payroll, and again, 40 hours a month, as long as they remain in your payroll, they will always be considered an employee, a hub zone employee, even if they move. So the questions that, you know, come up a lot with the hub zone program has always been the stability of the program and you know, how often do set-asides actually occur. And, you know, contracting officers a lot of time were hesitant to use the hub zone program because, you know, these things changed a lot. There was a protest. The firm was no longer qualified. The firm that was awarded the contract all of a sudden became ineligible. So there was a lot of angst in doing set-asides. But the new rules have made the program significantly more stable, and contracting officers are looking at it again to help them meet their goals. And you know, small businesses should look at it because it's easier to become eligible. The maps change less. Your employees remain hub zone employees longer. And if you're eligible, the federal government's looking for hub zone firms to participate in the federal marketplace. So I'm going to switch real quick to a mentor protege slide that I want to talk about real quick. Okay, so, and the reason I want to talk about the mentor protege program is and I want to talk about the mentor protege program real quick because it's a way of growing, not only for just newer firms, but even firms that have been in the program for a while. And it was expanded some time ago, but it's still considered newer, and firms should really look to it for growth opportunities. And then I want to talk about some of the changes real quick, and we have roughly about 20 minutes. So this mentor protege program used to only be in the 8A world. And real quick description, right? So you're a nascent firm, you're entering the 8A world. You don't have, I said earlier, make sure you're ready for the 8A world, but you're still new, you don't have the right relationships, you might not have the right past performance, you may not have the corporate qualifications, etc. So how do you become really viable? And so originally, the Mentor Protege program was started as a way of supporting newer 8As. And basically, the mentor could team up with the protege and provide assistance in 5 areas. It could be, finance, it could be project implementation, internal controls, business development, etc. There was benefits flowing from mentor to protege. So this allowed the protege, to learn and to grow and understand how contracting happened, how implementation happened, how business development happened, and learn from the mentor. So those are the benefits flowing from mentor to protege. Now, what was the benefit to the mentor? Because they don't get paid for that assistance. The benefit to the mentor was that they could do a joint venture. And that joint venture could pursue 8A set-aside opportunities. And the mentor, even though it was large or medium-sized or maybe small, but more advanced, that mentor could do up to 60% of the opportunity that the joint venture was awarded. So benefit to protege, assistance, right? Past performance, contracting, implementation, internal controls, financing. Benefits to mentor. Mentor couldn't participate in the 8A program before because they're a large company. Now they can create a joint venture and they can get 60% of the set-aside opportunity. So that was sort of how the 8A mentor protege program used to work, and it had been pretty successful. This program was expanded out. We originally was out of the Small Business Jobs Act of 2010. It took the better part of 6 years to actually launch the project or the program to all small businesses. And it's been growing significantly. And why has it been growing, right? So, what we've seen in the federal marketplace, when we started this presentation, we talked about how the federal market is the largest, the federal government is the largest procurer of goods and services in the entire world. And that certainly is important, and that certainly is true. But what we've seen more and more recently is a lot of consolidation. So what you're seeing is a lot of requirements being bundled and consolidated, where small businesses are having a difficult time being able to bid on that particular opportunity. And one thing that I want to make clear is if you're bidding on a set-aside opportunity, that prime contractor, that small business, has to implement 50% of the work. I will say 51-49. So now that the requirements are getting bigger, bundled, consolidated, it's difficult for small businesses to win and be able to implement 51% of that work. So the Mentor Protege program becomes more and more important in order to be competitive in the federal market landscape. So when we talk about, and I'm transitioning sort of from, the basics and the programs to sort of strategizing. So when we see in the federal marketplace where you have consolidation, you have a bundling, you have category management and best-in-class vehicles. It's more and more difficult for individual small businesses to be successful and grow. So the mentor protege program becomes really important. And creating a joint venture under that mentor protege program becomes critical as well. So we talked about the mentor protege program. We talked about the benefits that flow from mentor protege, and we talked about how the mentor can benefit as well. I want to talk a little bit about the joint venture itself, right? Because the joint venture is basically a legal entity that's created between the mentor and the protege. And it's important to understand some of the basic requirements of the joint venture. It's very much like the ownership and control that we talked about in the 8A program, right? Because the SBA wants to see that the protege isn't being taken advantage of. So in the joint venture, the protege has to own, so 51%, and control. So that again means that the mentor, they can be the minority partner of that joint venture, but they can't control day-to-day issues, right? They can't control and have unanimous consent provisions that are not extraordinary. And extraordinary is limited to, are we going to add a new participant or a partner? Are we going to dissolve the 8A? They're very limited with respect to what can be or fall under unanimous consent provisions. So it's very important that when you create your mentor-protege relationship, your mentor understands that the joint venture is going to need to be ran by the day-to-day operations of the joint venture is going to really need to be run by the protege. That's number one. Number two, the joint venture takes on all the designations of the protege. So remember how we were talking about, make sure, if you can qualify for Hub Zone, women-owned, service-disabled, 8A, go ahead and apply for those things. So when you create a joint venture under the mentor-protege relationship, that joint venture takes on all of the characteristics of the protege. So if that protege, that small business, was small business 8A, Hub Zone, service-disabled, that joint venture now becomes 8A, service-disabled, Hub Zone, women-owned, service-disabled. So you have a joint venture entity that has all those special designations, but it inherits the past performance and qualifications of both partners. So now you have an 8A that potentially has, it's considered small in 8A, but potentially has the qualifications, past performance of your mentor, who's lucky, right? And can go bid on 8A set-aside contracts. That's the change in the marketplace that you really need to be cognizant of and be aware that, up until yesterday, I may have been bidding against other 8A companies. Now, because this mentor-protege program is becoming so prevalent and joint ventures are becoming so prevalent, I'm not just bidding against an 8A company, I'm bidding against an 8A joint venture, which potentially has the past performance of an AECOM or a Deloitte or a KPMG or a Lockheed. So that marketplace is changing significantly, and you really need to take a look and see how do you participate in the mentor-protege program and how do you take advantage of it. The one thing that I'd say before I sort of just talk real quick about some of the rule changes, especially in the 8A program, the one thing that I'll say is that as a protege, you only get 2 mentors in your entire lifetime. So you need to be very cognizant of, what did I do? Okay, I think I'm still sharing my screen. I'm not sure what I pushed, I apologize. But as a mentor, what I was saying is that as a protege, you only can have 2 mentors in your entire lifetime, right? So be very cognizant and aware of the relationship and who your mentor is going to be, because you really want to do a gap analysis to ensure that the mentor really provides the assistance that you need in order to develop and grow. If you go to the SBA and say, we just want to create joint ventures and pursue set-aside opportunities, you're not going to get approved. There's got to be benefits flowing from the mentor to the protege. One of the things can be business development and joint ventures. So you really need to do a gap analysis to identify the right mentor. And it's really, really important because you only get 2 mentors in your entire lifetime. The other thing that you just want to be cognizant of, a mentor is also going to be, selective. A mentor can only have 3 proteges at any given point. So they can cycle them in and out, but the entire, and I always, tell our clients this, look, the entire conglomerate of Lockheed Martin with all their subdivisions and wholly owned subsidiaries, et cetera, can only have 3 proteges at any given point. So they are highly selective. And oftentimes your best mentor isn't, Lockheed or KPMG or Northrop Grumman. It's someone who's been in the 8A program, who's been really successful, or someone who's been in the women-owned or hub-zone program, who's grown their business, graduated it, been very successful, understands what small business contracting is and the interactions with the agencies, et cetera. Those are the folks that can best sort of nurture you through your growth and development. Maybe one of your mentors out of the 2 can be a Lockheed if you're lucky, but I would definitely encourage that at least one of them is someone who's been in your shoes. And again, the gap analysis and the relationship. There has to be a culture that meshes and that you're able to work and grow together. I do want to go real quick to one more slide. And this is the rule changes. This is important because there have been some rule changes, and we just talked about, the mentor protege program. That's important to understand what the rule changes are. And then I do really want to talk about the 8A changes as well real quick. So the mentor protege program, as I mentioned, it had started in the 8A world. They had the all small mentor protege program, if you're familiar with it. New rules were released in October. They go into effect mid-November. They are combining the 2 programs. So where you used to be able to apply to the all small mentor protege program online and the 8A program at the district office, they are combined, and all of it is going to be at certified.sba.gov and online. That's sort of the first rule, right? The other thing that you need to be aware of, and I just mentioned this, right? You only get 2 mentors in your entire lifetime. So I think that the thing that you need to be aware of is there had never been, and I put this in the terms of a marriage, there had never been any specific regulations about how do I get a divorce? And then does that count as one of my 2? So the SBA used to look at it on a case-by-case basis. If it, the marriage hadn't been consummated and there wasn't a joint venture and assistance wasn't flowing, they would say, okay, we're going to, quote unquote, annul this MPA and not count it against you. Well, now the rules specifically say that if it's terminated within 18 months, it won't count against you. However, they're also going to be cautious about firms that just keep trying out mentors every 18 months and asking them to be terminated, because they're not going to allow that either. But if you do have a relationship that within 18 months goes sour, SBA will terminate that. The other thing that's important with respect to this slide is that, one, you can replace your mentor if things are not going well. So that's important. And then the other is that if things are not going well, it allows for the protege to engage the SBA for intervention. That was also not specific before. With respect to, okay, that's the mentor protege. They're combined. There's some specifics about termination. There's some specifics about getting assistance from the SBA. The other thing that's also important with respect to creating that joint venture relationship is that historically, that joint venture, and we didn't talk about this when we were talking about joint ventures, but I'll mention it now. That joint venture that was created under the mentor protege program, right? We said it's exempted from affiliation. So, you can joint venture with a large firm. And you're not going to be found affiliated because you have a mentor protege agreement exempting you from that. So that JV, once it was created, it was a limited lifetime JV that had the 3-2 rule. And basically you had 2 years or 3 contracts for that joint venture. They've changed that because it was really complicated. When does the 2 years start? How many contracts can I get? They've changed it to the 2-year rule, which basically means under the mentor protege agreement, once you create that joint venture, the 2-year clock starts when the joint venture receives its first contract, right? So you have 2 years from that point. Now, after 2 years, you have to stop bidding, right? But that doesn't mean you cannot accept the bids that were already outstanding. So at the end of 2 years, if you had 10 bids outstanding, you can receive those 10 bids. You just cannot continue to bid after 10 years. The other thing that you need to really be aware of with respect to a joint venture under a mentor protege agreement is that you can always create joint venture 2. So let's say you go through the MPA, you create the mentor protege agreement, MPA, you create joint venture 1, you go through the 2 years, you can always create joint venture 2 under the MPA and create joint venture 3. So SBA has never said how many JVs are one too many, right? Because they have said that eventually we may, do away with that exemption with respect to affiliation. You just have too many joint ventures. But in all my time, I've never seen how many joint ventures are too many joint ventures. And I've seen, 3, 4 joint ventures under an MPA. So that's just one thing to be aware of, that the 3-2 rule is now the 2-year rule. But once you go through that 2 years, you can create additional joint ventures. And then the other thing that I guess I want to make sure everybody's aware, because this really reduces the burden, especially on 8A firms. It used to be that when you created that joint venture, if you were pursuing an 8A opportunity, 8A competitive or 8A sole source, you had to take that JV to your district office and have it approved. That's changed. So the only time you have to get approval from your district office is when you are pursuing a sole source 8A opportunity. For everything else, if you're going after a small business opportunity, woman-owned, service disabled, small, you do not need your district office approval of your joint venture agreement under your MPA. If you're pursuing a sole source opportunity, sole source 8A, you need that JV to be approved by your district office. The one caution we at GCP always provide or give to our clients is that even if it doesn't need to be approved by the SBA district office, it is critically important that you follow the rules. Why? Because you're still subject to protest. So you spend 12, 18, 24 months on your pipeline, you create your mentor protege agreement, you create your joint venture, you pursue your set aside opportunity, it's not sole source, you get awarded, you think, wow, I had a joint venture with Lockheed Martin and I just got my first contract. There's a protest. You created the joint venture where the mentor had undue influence. You're not going to be awarded that contract. They're going to find you other than small, and it's going to go to your second ranked competitor. So it's really, really important, even though that joint venture doesn't have to be approved by the district office, because it's not 8A sole source, it's really important to follow the rules because you're subject to protest. I do want to talk real quick about the 8A rules, the changes, mostly with respect to what is a follow-on. And this is important for tribally owned entities. So a couple of reasons why follow-on is important in the 8A world. As we always know that, in the 8A world, if a contract is in the 8A program, once 8A, always 8A. But agencies have sort of played around with, oh, no, that's not a follow-on contract. That's a new requirement. So I'm not going to put it in the 8A world. Or, oh, I'm just moving this to a multiple award contract. SBA doesn't have to worry about it. So follow-on becomes really critical in the 8A world. And SBA wanted to clarify what is a follow-on. So if the scope of work has changed significantly, then it's not a follow-on. But if the scope of work, I apologize, if the scope of work hasn't changed significantly, it's a follow-on. Magnitude of the change, in other words, is the dollar value change? Is it at least 25% or more? If it's more than 25%, the agency can argue it's not a follow-on. And then whether the end user has changed, right? So, is it changing program offices or departments or components? So those are questions with respect to clarify what a follow-on is, because it matters in, once an 8A, always a state 8A. It matters with respect to bringing new requirements into the 8A program. So, if it was a small business set aside and it's a follow-on, there's all sorts of analysis that has to happen before it can come into the 8A program. So is it or isn't it a follow-on program? And then with respect to tribal companies, you're restricted. You can't give a sole source award as a follow-on to a sister company. So we talked about tribes owning multiple 8As. You can't capture an 8A sole source and pass it from sister company to sister company to sister company if it's a follow-on. So if it's a follow-on, it can't be sole sourced to a sister company. And that's why it was really important for SBA to add more clarity with respect to what a follow-on is. The last thing I guess I'll say about the 8A program, actually I'll say two more things. And these will be available. And I know I'm running up against my time, but I think that there's two things that I want to mention. One is SBA clarified that in the tribal world, they understand that the tribe can have multiple ways of organizing its subsidiaries, right? It can be under the economic development arm, it could be under a holding company, and the ownership can change between, the economic development arm owned it, or wow, we moved it to the holding company. And they said, okay, if that occurs and the ultimate owner hasn't changed, you don't need to come to the SBA for approval of the change of ownership. You just need to notify us of it. That's number one. Number two, if the change is less than 20%, so if the change of ownership is a minority owner and it was less than 20%, and it's not going to go above that 20% threshold, again, you don't need approval in advance from the SBA. You just need to notify us. And then finally, if there's a change in ownership, and the only thing that's happening is that the disadvantaged owner, the 51% ownership, the person that controls, that's getting larger, it's increasing, you don't need prior approval, just notify us. So it just clarifies and makes easier some changes in ownership and the requirement to get approval at the SBA. For those who've been through the process, you know that approval process is slow and time consuming. So this really helps with, you don't need prior approval, you just need to notify the SBA. The thing I want to focus on this page, really important, and then I'll stop talking. One is, it used to be you had to wait a year to reapply to the 8A program. Under the new rules, it's 90 days. So it's like the HubZone program. In 90 days, you can reapply. However, the reconsideration process is eliminated, right? So you can reapply. If you get declined, you can reapply in 90 days, but reconsideration is eliminated. And you can't just keep turning around and reapplying. If you're declined 3 times in 18 months, then you're going to have to wait 12 months to reapply. Then the other thing that's really, really important for newer entrants into the 8A program, for those that took the time to develop a pipeline and relationships and get into the 8A program. They wanted to hit the ground running, right? And a lot of times you get closer to July, August, September, there's opportunities at the end of the year that are coming up and you want to capture those. And SBA used to say, whoa, wait a second, hold on. You need to have your business plan submitted and approved before you can receive benefits of the 8A program, meaning before you can receive contracts as one of the benefits. So that and some district offices are overloaded and overburdened and would take forever, not only just to review and approve the business plan, but just to get a kickoff meeting. They weren't having kickoff meetings, but maybe once a quarter. So the SBA said, okay, you can start benefiting from the 8A program. And however, you must submit your business plan in 60 days. So that's another, really, in my mind, a good rule change that helps small businesses entering the 8A world to benefit from the program and hit the ground running. And more of a reason, as we talked before, be ready for the 8A program. You want to take advantage of the entire 9 years.
Thank you, John, for all that great information about government contracting. It's very important for our small businesses, for those wishing to get into government contracting, to learn all those rules and regulations and the certification process and how to do that. Thank you, John.
Thank you, Yvette.
Next up, we have David Johnson with the Department of Interior, and he's going to present Access to Capital. David?
Thank you, Yvette. I would like to thank NCAIED and the Native Edge Institute for inviting us to make a presentation today. My name is David Johnson. I think you've heard that. I work with the Department of the Interior's Office of Indian Energy and Economic Development, and we deliver what is more often in Indian country known as the BIA Loan Guarantee Program. I'll explain why that's antiquated in a moment. But we run from an office that actually answers directly to the Assistant Secretary. So with that in mind, we actually are no longer a component of the Bureau of Indian Affairs, but it's confusing to everybody. Our regulations still say BIA. My email address still says BIA. So we kind of roll with it. The Indian Financing Act of 1974, let's see. I think I'm supposed to, is a part of a suite of statutes that were enacted at a time when the federal government was transitioning from paternalism towards Indian tribes towards self-determination. The decision was made, and it was a wise one, that Indian tribes buying into their own futures and making the decisions, important decisions about those, were the way to go. Congress decided correctly that one of the keys to success in Indian self-determination would be access to capital. So the Indian Financing Act of 1974 was passed, and part of that is the Indian Loan Guarantee and Insurance Program I'm talking about today. It is the surviving element of the Indian Financing Act, and it has successfully operated ever since 1975 when the regulations first came out. We have a series of concerns that the program is designed to address that differ from other federal loan guarantee programs. For instance, the Small Business Administration is trying to help small businesses get financing with the attendant problems of, an untested, perhaps, track record, maybe not a lot of collateral, maybe limited resources or limited personnel and management positions who have a great deal of experience. So they have that market niche they're trying to correct. The U.S. Department of Agriculture tries to help geographically remote locales with infrastructure and with farming needs. We try to do both of those things for Indian communities, plus some others, which I'll go over. We have geographically remote Indian tribes and persons who are members of federally recognized Indian tribes that would like to open businesses. We have lots of problems with smaller businesses trying to get started that don't have a lot of collateral, perhaps don't have a big track record or great credit history. And in order to get lenders to take these borrowers seriously, they need some federal backing for the loan that's proposed. In addition to those things, though, lenders are also concerned with a bewildering array of laws and other considerations that may impact their ability to collect a loan, even if they have collateral on it, in the event things don't go well as planned. Because there can be federal laws involved in some locations, there can be tribal laws involved, there can be a combination of federal, state, and tribal laws overlaying a particular transaction and making any collection effort that a lender would need to pursue in the event that the loan is not repaid as it's supposed to be complex. And there's also the issue of tribal trust property. Many transactions that occur on trust property, you can't mortgage the underlying real estate because it's actually owned by the federal government in trust for the federally recognized tribe. How do you collateralize, however, a business that's been authorized to operate in a particular location by a tribe on trust property? We have answers for that. We have the traditional problems too of borrowers with inexperience, borrowers with credit history problems, or perhaps not sufficient collateral for a traditional lending package. What we do, however, is we help to make the lenders get past all of those concerns by offering up to a 90% guarantee or 90% insurance, depending on the nature of the transaction, which makes the possibility of a major loss in the event that the lender has miscalculated or something unforeseeable goes wrong with the transaction. We actually step forward as a federal agency and pay the lender back up to 90% of the outstanding principal and interest on the loan. That tends to reduce their anxiety quite a bit. I don't want you to miss the heavy-handed symbolism I put in these pictures. This is a bridge, and it obviously connects one side of land to another piece, and so that is the lender on one side and the borrowers on the other side, and we are that sturdy, somewhat old, and covered bridge that connects the two of you. So with that little bit of psychology in the back of your mind, let me proceed. The use of our program is quite varied. We are actually authorized to guarantee loans for almost any purpose except for a couple we exclude by policy. Obviously, nothing that is illegal. Tobacco, the Surgeon General has been trying to get people to quit smoking since 1965, so it doesn't make a lot of sense for us to support tobacco. Some other matters of a more limited nature. Gaming, as a general rule, we do not support gaming enterprise financing, but almost anything else that is lawful and is within our range of loan coverage is fair game. One of the many examples is a fairly large loan we did to help the Navajo Nation, which previously had already partnered with a non-Indian entity that was helping to spread cellular service and broadband in the Navajo Nation. Now, many of you may know the Navajo Nation is the largest reservation in the country. It's approximately the size of West Virginia. There were a lot of dead spots. People tend to live miles and miles from each other in some parts of it, and it is not particularly cost effective to run cell towers everywhere people might need them. So what the Navajo Nation's Tribal Utility Authority wanted to do was borrow enough money to buy a controlling interest in this partnership they had created so that they could redirect some of the energy from this company away from pure profit and looking for those areas where they would make the most money to also serving some social needs while also making some money. It has worked out fabulously well. They're well ahead of schedule in repayment, and the impact on the Navajo Nation is hard to overcalculate. 911 service is now available in parts that previously had none. People can go to work now and not worry that they cannot be in contact with people back home. That previously they would have just stayed at home, not gone to work because they needed to have that connection with their family and understand what was going on back at the house. So this has been one of many uses of the program. Another one, completely different. The small community of Hoonah, Alaska, which is to the west several miles from Juneau, Alaska, down in the Panhandle there, and beautiful part of the world, and it is near the coastal areas where cruise ships go through. Now, those of you who are familiar with cruising may know that it is occasionally okay for a cruise ship to stop at some location that does not have a deep water port. What they will do there is they will lower a boat, tender people in to the shallow docks at the water's edge, and people will mill about a little bit. And then at a predetermined time, they have to get back on the tenders and come back. It's inconvenient for the passengers on the ship who can't come and go as they please, and it's also expensive and time consuming. So what Hoonah wanted to do was to build a deep water port to encourage more ships to visit their community. As I say, it's a beautiful place. They've got some tourist activities on land, including one of the world's longest zip lines, which is incredible. I've been down it. But the absence of a deep water port was hobbling their abilities to attract cruise ships. We helped them fund a deep water port, and the year before last, they had something like 11 times the cruise traffic that they had before then. Now this year, of course, because of COVID-19, we've had to make some adjustments or allow the lender and borrower to make some adjustments to account for the fact that there were virtually no ships at all this summer. It's lost opportunity. We also have tribes that have taken out loans to build things, health clinics, cultural centers, hotels. Lots of hotels and convenience stores have proven to be a worthwhile place to put tribal money. Of course, we also support individually owned businesses. We have done bowling alleys. We have done chemical manufacturing plants, small cosmetic firms. Some of you may recognize a couple of these companies. And my point here is, again, with the heavy-handed symbolism, is to observe that there is sometimes a rainbow at the end of a period of intense weather, because self-determination and imagination alone can oftentimes lead a community, an Indian community, towards improvements in their economic conditions and lift an entire community out of poverty or economic problem to one of significant economic growth. We have seen several communities that our program has helped in the past that basically have graduated. Their small businesses owned by individual Indians still come to us for support, but the tribes themselves don't often need us anymore because they're a well-known, well-funded, and profitable enterprise in their own right. And this was in part because of the Indian Financing Act programs helping to establish them as the good credit risk they turned out to be. I point out in this slide that not every idea is at least obviously a good idea, but sometimes you give them a try and some innovative thinking can take you places that you didn't realize you could go. This is a nice story. It doesn't actually involve Indian country, but this was a matter where a fellow bought a commercial space near Fort Worth, Texas, and went into the planning zone and said, I would like, to get permission to build a restaurant, a restaurateur. And they said, well, that's nice, except for we're sort of overcrowded with restaurants right now, and I think you're going to have a hard time getting approval for a restaurant. guy was taken aback and he said, well, what do you need? And they said, we need gas stations. So the guy established a gas station with a 4-star restaurant in it. And it turned out to work out very well. I've eaten there, it's delicious. So the point being here that there are multiple ways to succeed in Indian country's economic development endeavors, and a little ingenuity and perseverance will take you a long way. We, as a federal agency trying to support such endeavors, view ourselves as fairly creative and open to fresh ideas and different strategies, different businesses, and try to find a way to say yes. We do have to look to the future, however, and remember that not everything lasts forever. So the credit committee that works on behalf of the Division of Capital Investment tries to consider all factors when arriving at a decision on an application for a loan guarantee or loan insurance when that's required. Federal government has been given the standard reasonable prospect of repayment for our program, however, so we have a lot of latitude to say yes when we believe that there is a future for this particular loan to be repaid. Now, these are the folks who work for us right now, and I think I may be, well, we're going to see how that works out anyway. There was a division several years ago I mentioned when we took over the program from the Bureau of Indian Affairs. Instead of having 12 agency offices or area offices or regional offices, we have 4 zones. One is in Alaska with Jennifer Caesar, one is in the Northwest Zone with David Glass, one is in the Southwest Zone with Alsace Laframboise, and one is in our Eastern Zone, headquartered in Reston, with Stephanie West. These are pretty much the folks who will be talking to you if you have an application to bring to us. Now, let me talk just briefly about some of our requirements. Borrowers have to be at least 51% Indian owned, and they can be in any format that makes sense. It can be a tribally designated limited liability company, if that's what works. It can be an S corporation. It can be a limited liability partnership. It can be a C corporation. It can be a sole proprietorship even, except for we do have a statutory limit for sole proprietorships. We can't authorize any sort of backing that goes over a $500,000 loan. Other than that, we do not have a statutory limit on the amount of loans that we can guarantee or insure. We have a prudential limit that we have to adhere to every year, depending upon how much authority Congress has given us with supporting subsidy to back up the guarantees that we issue. Last year, we had something like $183 million of ceiling. What we call ceiling is that's the total number of loans that, when added together, we could guarantee or insure. Despite COVID, 19 presenting a huge obstacle and a remarkable slowdown, we still had our second most productive year in history with, I think it was $129 million that we guaranteed. Prior to that, with a much smaller ceiling for several years in a row, we nonetheless ran out of ceiling every single year. That's why we had a whole lot extra ceiling last year. We were disappointed because the pandemic didn't basically allow us to get it all allocated to people. We're hoping that in the future years, as the pandemic subsides, we'll be resuming the sort of help we've been able to offer to Indian communities. One thing we will be doing in the fairly near future in order to try to make sure that we're better known in Indian country is we're going to actually go old school and have a radio spot. This is particularly useful in the remote areas of Alaska, where sometimes radio is one of the few means of effective communication that we can use. The program that we're going to be having our spots on, it's just a 30-second spot, will be the same people who run both Native Nation News, which is a daily 5-minute broadcast, and Native America Calling. These are both heavily listened to in some portions of Indian country, and we look forward to seeing how they will help us to advance our message. I told you that I was going to say some other things about the requirements of the program. We have to pre-approve lenders so that we know that they understand our regulatory requirements. Luckily, that is a pretty easy process, and we only have 18 pages of regulations and 9 pretty simple to learn forms. So for those lenders who are interested in learning more about our program, I think you'll find us very easy to work with. Our approval process, when a lender gets a complete loan guarantee package to us, will consist of all of the information they normally would gather from a borrower, plus their own credit analysis and a one-page request to us for the guarantee percentage that they think they need. We have the 4 credit officers here, the zone managers on the screen, will then review that, bring it to a credit committee, which consists of these same people plus a few other individuals who work for us. And then usually we can get a determination on a full credit application within 30 days, which we believe is quite a bit faster than most federal programs that people have gotten used to. We have a second product which is even easier than loan guarantees. It is loan insurance. That is for lenders who have entered into a separate sort of agreement with us, a signed loan insurance agreement. There's a signed loan guarantee agreement that goes with the guarantee program. And the insurance agreement allows lenders to go ahead and make loans telling us afterwards that they have done so. All they have to do is be program compliant. So there's a cost associated with both loan guarantees and loan insurance. Loan guarantees cost 2% have a premium due to us of 2% of the guaranteed portion of the loan. So for $1 million loan, the amount of the guarantee would be, the guarantee premium payment would be 2% of, let's say they got a full 90% guarantee, would be $18,000 for $1 million loan. For insurance, it is 1% of the insured portion of the loan. And why is insurance cheaper? Well, first of all, they're smaller deals. Typically, they're $250,000 or less. And lenders in the insurance program have to liquidate collateral before submitting a claim for loss to us if there is something that goes wrong. In other words, lender goes and gets a loan set up, there is collateral for the loan, things go badly, the lender goes and uses the collateral to the extent reasonably plausible to try to get the loan repaid. There's still a deficiency, they send their claim to us, we pay up to 90% of the balance of outstanding principal and interest that has not been repaid. For guarantees, the 2% premium covers us for the fact that lenders actually have an option. They can either liquidate collateral, and if it doesn't pay them back, they can submit the balance, the unpaid portion, to us in a claim, or they can just say this is very confusing, we don't want to deal with collection at all, and submit the entire loan to us and assign it to us with all collateral and then leave collateral collection to us. Many lenders actually do that because of the sorts of problems I mentioned at the outset about the complications that can result from trying to judicially enforce a loan terms. And all transactions have to benefit, right? This is important, have to be of economic benefit to an Indian community, which means a tribal service area as designated by the Bureau of Indian Affairs, or actually a tribal reservation. There are different ways to make a successful argument that the economic impact will be felt on a reservation or tribal service area. It can be from hiring natives. It can be from siting a business actually in a tribal service area or reservation. It can be because the economic impact will in particular benefit to a tribe as opposed to an individual who lives off the reservation. There are a lot of ways to make that argument, but the idea is to enhance the economic conditions in Indian communities, and we think we found that recipe. Other than that, we're fairly easy to work with. We turn loan guarantee applications, and those applications for loan insurance that exceed $250,000, we do have to look at those. We turn them around pretty quickly, And we have a lot of success stories listed on our website that give a flavor for all of the deals that we have previously approved that have gone very well for some of the communities involved. Now, to the extent I am on camera at some point, you will see a couple of posters behind me. And those posters that are behind me actually were from 2 movies we backed, and for an entity that is owned ultimately by the Tunica Biloxi tribe. So we have dabbled in all kinds of business ventures and look forward to helping you with yours. Thank you.
Thank you, David, for that information on access to capital. It's very important for all of our small businesses to learn about how to seed their projects. Next up, we have Chief Brown of the Sharonhaka Nottoway tribe here in Virginia. Chief Brown is a former retired U.S. Army Lieutenant Colonel, having served 28 years of active duty. He's held many commands and leadership positions in the United States and overseas. He has served extensive tours of duty in Germany, Greece, Turkey, Korea, and Japan. He is also a veteran of the Desert Storm era veteran, and Chief Walt Red Hawk Brown is a life member of the Veterans of Foreign Wars. Next up, so Chief, we welcome and thank you for providing us with some closing remarks.
Good afternoon. CEO of Kwatsa Santa. This is Chief Walt Red Hawk Brown with the Cherokee Nottoway Indian Tribe. I want to thank you, Vet, for having me on board here to express my interest and a group of kudos pertaining to the Washington, D.C. Native Edge Institute, which is about economic development for Native people that are traveling the Red Road. I really appreciate that. I appreciate all the support that's been given to this. And we're hoping some great things will come out of it. As far as Indigenous Americans are concerned, our First Americans, our Native Americans, however you wish to refer to us, our American Indians, we are deeply involved in economic development for the Cherokee Nottoway Indian Tribe. We just recently initiated a Cherokee Nottoway Indian Enterprises LLC. We have paperwork before the Small Business Administration to get an 8A so we can bid on government contracts. We just recently purchased 100% of the stocks of Dakota Intertech, of which is on the construction side also. As soon as we get our 8A, which should be forthcoming any minute, any month, any day now, we're going to branch out to the IT side of the house. But the overall goal is to bring enough money in so we can build a Cherokee Nottoway Indian Tribal Education Center and Museum, a non-denominational worship center, and a wellness center on over 263 acres of tribal land here in Southampton County, Virginia. So the Creator has really been blessing us. We initiated this process of getting the land, getting a portion of the 41,000 acres of reservation land that was granted to us by the House of Burgess in 1705, which was completely sold off by 1875. So we've recently acquired by way of purchase, and we're thanking the Creator because we don't owe anybody any money for this now. All the mortgages have been paid off. 263 acres. We have a beautiful 10-acre powwow ground. We do 4 events a year. Unfortunately, due to the pandemic, we had to cancel all events this year. So we're looking at other means of bringing in revenue so we can pay the bills. We have electric bills, etc. But we are very blessed. We have 3 beautiful ponds that are 28-foot deep that we have stocked with largemouth bass and also with brim. We have beautiful camping areas. We have walking trails in our Iroquois language and also in English, where people can come out and walk the trails and relax, etc. So we're doing a lot of things here trying to improve the economic development of Native people, those that are in my tribe. And that's why I really appreciate what the Washington, D.C. Native Edge Institute is doing, especially here in the Virginia to Washington, D.C. area. And I really want to thank you, Yvette, and all your co-workers for putting this together.
Thank you so much for joining us here in the DC, Virginia area at this Native Edge Institute. Our next one will be on December 3rd in the Reno, Nevada area. And please look at our website to find the links at www.ncaied.org. And you have a great afternoon. Thank you.